Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
I object.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you had a good lunch, a quick lunch. I did. Mine involved relish. I relished the idea of lunch. I had hot dogs. So some people would say that's not food. And you might be correct, but that's what I ate for lunch. So with relish. No ketchup today, just the hot dogs. Hope you had a good lunch. Let's see. Still standing. Please take a seat if you can. If you can. All right, Shadow says, turn this down a little bit. It's so loud in my ears. I mean, I like it, but it's loud. I always try to be fair and try and listen to all the evidence, but this one will be hard to give any credit to the defense. It's going to be an exercise of our abilities to do this, but unless the judge declares him guilty, he's still innocent in the eyes of the law. Emily, too hard to say name. Hi, welcome. You were first in chat, Emily. Congratulations. And with your too hard to say last name, everyone's going to be calling you and hopefully not having to say your last name.
Happy birthday.
Oh,
you look good.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's not my birthday, though. Anyway, we're excited to have you first in chat, Emily. You win the internet. We're sentencing you to internet ownership, which means you'll be responsible for maintaining everything IP-related worldwide. And it's just a small thing for us. It's a big thing for you, but you're going to get it. It's going to be wonderful. All right. Let's see. We do have some sound effects. We'll be turning them down once court starts. But
In front of the Walmart.
In the meantime, we have a few that are still going off, which is all good. Once court starts, we'll get nice and quiet and focus on the court case at hand. But let's see if I can click the mouse button. I can't. There we go. All right. All right. I'm right here. Let's see where this is. 2, 3. We need audio on 2. Let's try that. Okay, we've got courtroom audio. There we go. Give me just a second, and we'll get you courtroom video as well. All righty. There we go. You need me back, though. I'm going to be in that.
I saw a chicken.
We're all the way up to part 2 of today's trial. That's a little bit loud, that buzz. I'm just going to turn it down a wee bit. I can't take all the sound out. There's so much background noise and hum on this audio feed that this is the best I can do to get it turned down to what it is. John Davenport, is there any essay in this case? There's an allegation. He's charged with an assault with intent, but there's no evidence that any essay occurred. Well, there's evidence that essay was attempted to occur, but it didn't occur. I'm making it sound worse than it is. But basically, the positioning of her clothing is the only indicator they have that something happened. And that's the limit. But the judge made a ruling. It just happened this morning during part 1. Made a ruling today that the media is not allowed to show any of the evidence that depicts the victim that the victim is featured in. So autopsy photos, things like that. None of that will be shown, which is I think fortunate because first of all that's not the way we want to remember Laken by, as the last images on the body cam as she was discovered in the woods where the attacker left her. That's not what we want. But the audio from that video and hearing the officer performing CPR and doing the defibrillator and everything else, it gets you. It gets you right in the feels. But she definitely did fight. I think her fight is what provided so much of the evidence that the police officers were then able to find through good police work and good detective work, thorough searches, looking everywhere. No stone unturned type searches. Canton can learn a lot from this, and Laken's father remained in the courtroom. It's good. She has her roommates are there supporting the family and her as well. Justice for her. Three of them have testified, and it was tough. It was really tough. They did a phenomenal job. Those women were incredibly. They were articulate, even though they were nervous, and realize most criminal trials we watch, especially murder trials, we're watching a court case where you often get the witnesses like, I don't remember the dates because this was a couple of years ago, right? This was 2, 3, 4, 6 years ago that this happened. This happened this year. This was February 22nd is when she went out for a run and didn't return. So the feelings are raw. It is all very, very real right now to the family, to the witnesses and everything else. And they're doing a phenomenal job. Doing just great. So, let's see. All right. What case is this, please? We're following the Georgia versus Jose Ibarra case. This is a defendant who's accused of, 10 things is what he's accused of. Let me see if I've got them all down here. Let's see. Malice murder, 3 counts of felony murder, kidnapping with bodily harm, aggravated assault with intent to rape, aggravated battery, interrupting a telephone call, and they've got different words for that, but basically taking someone's phone when they're calling 911, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom. So those are the 10 charges that he's facing. There is a little bit of a challenge because he does not speak or understand English. And because of that, he has his own interpreter, so he will be wearing headphones throughout the trial. Every time the defendant is shown, he is shown wearing headphones. Those headphones are a direct connection to an interpreter who, like the court recorder, is speaking into one of those cool little boxes that allows her to speak at full volume, but us to not have to hear it, because it can be confusing to hear 2 languages saying the same thing over and over. So she's translated everything that happens in court for his benefit. If he ever does testify or speak in the trial, which there will be times where he is asked some questions specifically about whether he wants to testify in his own defense, there will be a colloquy there where he has to speak. He'll be speaking through a translator as well, I believe. Most likely won't testify. Defense on this one is crazy. I mean, we've seen some pretty open and shut cases. I mean, I think the Telus case was pretty open and shut. Why is this charge called Peeping Tom? Obviously, there was a guy named Tom a long time ago who got caught, and anyone who follows in his actions is painted with the same brush. Let's see, Shaylin, thanks. I appreciate you. Reaching out this way. I'll look at it and see if it's something I can address. Let's see. Okay. You have a great question, Shaylin, and it does address from a legal standpoint how courts operate when it comes to citizens, defendants who are not citizens, who don't have citizenship, and especially if their status is not on the up and up, shall we say, if they're illegally present. I don't know. Judge Fleischer has a close tie on that. He being down in an area where there happen to be a lot of people that fit that category. He sees it a lot daily in his court. And he typically does say, as you pointed out in your question, that immigration will do a sweep of the jails every 4 hours. And basically, if he locks you up even for a few hours, immigration does their sweep. If they do the sweep and you're there, they put a hold on you and you go to them. A lot of judges, they're not like pro or anti-immigration or ICE coming in and doing their job, but a lot of judges want to see their case resolved, and so they will do things to say, how can we find justice and resolve this case so it's just not pending on our docket forever because he's just not here. How can we get this resolved and then let that take its course? And I think that's what most judges care about. And I mean, they're not there to turn people over or to turn people in or to hide them from ICE. But I think they just want their docket cleared. They just don't want stuff hanging out there. That's my best answer. I don't know exactly how it works, and it might work differently in different areas with different justices. But all right. We will be starting in about 3 minutes. The judge should be back. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is a bench trial, which means there is no jury. The defendant has elected at the last minute, literally the day before the jury was going to be selected, elected to have a bench trial, which is where the judge sits as the jury. So it starts, and there was no opening. I mean, there was opening statements, but there's no opening introduction to the jurors, telling them about the court system, thanking them for your service, instructing them not to talk about the case. There's none of that. We're like, hey, we're here. Begin. So this court is going faster, and you'll see as we move along. Every time we normally would have a break, every time the jury needs a break or a smoke break or you run to the bathroom or lunch or whatever, a lot of those breaks are going to be condensed. So an hour lunch is pretty condensed. The judge knows he can go out and eat and come back and be ready, and he is. So this is going very quickly. I imagine with the evidence being as solid as it is, it will also go quickly. This isn't like a stretch. This isn't where they had to, build these obscure pieces together and try to paint a picture that makes sense about what happened. This is basically fill in the blanks, and they're doing it, and it's going fast. So it might be a very quick trial here. Never watched a bench trial. It's worth it. And this is a good judge. He's not wearing a robe. He's just in a suit. But is doing great. Let's see. Second bench trial I watched. How did the first one end, Missy's Angels? And are you in favor of a bench trial or jury trial? Jade, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you very much. You're among friends. Make yourself at home. Hit the subscribe button and return often. Why did they choose a bench trial? Mom of three. I think in this particular case, first of all, as we can see already, the facts of this case are very difficult to listen to. And in the defense's opening statement, they hinted at this, where they said, we chose a bench trial because we'd like Your Honor, judge and jury, you're one person, to make decisions without the clouding of that emotional aspect, which they think the jury would be more emotionally affected by the content of the evidence, by what is presented to them. And it's terrible. I mean, we've all pretty much been in tears already on day one, halfway through the day, as we're just starting to hear the evidence of what's happened. And so I think it was a smart move for them. It's a safer move statistically to go with a jury because you need a unanimous verdict, and you need 6 or 12 people, depending on the state and the law you're accused of. In this case, I think it would be 12 people to agree unanimously that you're guilty. In order to be convicted, and it's easier to 1 out of 12 to convince 1 out of 12 that it wasn't you or there's reasonable doubt, than just have one person and have it be a coin toss, so to speak. But the defense fought hard to keep a lot of evidence. Some of the evidence we've already seen, even like his bloody thumbprint on the phone. They fought to keep that out of trial and lost, even up to the last minute, even this week. or I think late last week. They were fighting those motions and lost. And once they had lost, they then made the decision, we want this in front of a judge, not a jury, because if this information, which is terrible, is coming in against our client, we'd rather it be viewed by someone who we think will be able to look at it in a more detached light instead of through an emotional lens. So, let's see. Roro, offering this as a breather from the heaviness of this trial. Look up Thanksgiving pie caking. It helps. You know what? As an emotional breather, Roro, I'll have to look at that. I'll do that hopefully in a minute if I remember. But one of my mods in mod chat, it's heavy for mods as well. They deal with everything we have in trial, as well as just some crazy comments that you guys never see in chat that basically go to a little holding pattern that only the mods see, and they have to read and decide if it's good or bad. And it makes it harder for mods. It really does. You get much stronger feelings they're trying to wade through and manage with people who come in and sometimes just blurt something out that's just not appropriate to say in public or ever. And anyway, one of my mods posted, was it Mark that posted a video of a duck running back and forth? He's like, just watch this on repeat. It's a good reset. So, love it. All right. We have the best mods. Thank you very much. Looks like the judge is coming back. We're hearing a little audio in court at least. So any moment now, it is 3:01. He's prompt. He's more on time than I am. Oh, that's good. I can hear him at the bench. I can hear him breathing. Robin, this is a tough case. A young woman brutally murdered, attacked, stalked. I would even go so far as to say hunted, and left for dead out in the woods. The actions of her roommates, who she calls who considered themselves family, that she'd lived with for 2 years, going to college, and all, if this is any indicator, they're all very accomplished women, doing great things in life, both educationally and professionally, and individually they're well spoken. They're wonderful friends, is what they were. Noticed immediately something was wrong, even though she goes and runs for a long time, noticed that she should have been back by now, and went out and looked and basically solved half the case for the police, put the police right on the pin, basically gave the police the GPS pin coordinates of where the body was based on their own research, and the police were able to find her. Unfortunately, it was too late. All right, judge is back. Looks like we have our next witness. I did not hear the name.
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please take a seat. Spell your first and last name, please.
Daniela Stewart. DANIELLA
Where are you employed?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
GBI.
How long have you worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 8 years.
What are your current duties and assignments there?
I'm currently assigned to my office as a crime scene specialist, but my title is special agent. I use them interchangeably.
What is a crime scene specialist, and which office do you work out of?
A crime scene specialist is a special agent that is assigned specifically to work crime scenes. So we specialize in just crime scenes. And I'm assigned to the Regional 11 Athens office.
Tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job.
So I have over 2,000 hours of combined law enforcement and crime scene training. And specifically, I'm a graduate of the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week academy in Tennessee where we learn about latent print processing, blood stain, shooting reconstruction, advanced processing techniques for crime scene. I am also a state certified crime scene technician, so I've taken the 7 classes that the state requires for that certification. I also have additional training through my agency. We go through a 10-week, well, it's now 13 or 14-week academy, where we have a week of crime scene training there as well. And as a crime scene specialist at the GBI, we continually train. I'm also the president of the Georgia IAI, which is an association in Georgia for additional training in forensics and crime scene processing. So we have yearly meetings that we attend for training and also conferences.
How many crime scenes have you had the opportunity to process over your career at the GBI?
So over my career at the GBI, I've probably processed close to, I want to say maybe between 80 to 100. Prior to working for the GBI, I worked for the Atlanta Police Department as a civilian crime scene technician. So there I responded to over 500 crime scene calls. I also worked for the DeKalb County Police Department in a civilian capacity in crime scene for a little while, where I also responded to major crimes.
Do you have some special training in photography as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court about that?
So in the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of photography there as well. And in the GBI Special Agent Academy, we also do photography in Crime Scene Week as well. And then for the GBI, we train additionally in photography. So this year alone, we've had photography training.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a few items of evidence so I don't keep coming back up here at one time. The first one is states 142, and I apologize because we have pre-marked a lot of evidence, so I don't like to go out of order, but this one will be out of order. Do you recognize states 142?
I do.
And there will be 18 through 141, just so that everybody knows. What is states 142?
This is a copy of my CV.
And that means your qualifications that you went over with us?
Correct.
State of New Testament states 142.
Is she in as an expert?
The next fact I am going to hand you is going to be a series of photographs and a crime scene sketch. The photographs are marked for the record as States Exhibits 18 through 84. And the crime scene sketch is States Exhibit 85. So first, starting with the photographs, I'm going to hand you States Exhibits 18 through 84. I ask that you take a look at those, and I ask you a series of questions.
So it's going to be just a moment as she looks through, 18 through 84. I didn't come here to math, but a few pictures, 60 some odd pictures, maybe 58 pictures. I don't know, 70. Somebody, I can't. 84 minus 18. 70, 60, 68. Is that right? I don't know. 66. I was close. A lot of pictures going to be crime scenes. Some of these we will be able to see, depending on what the camera feels comfortable showing. If she's swapping out pictures quickly, we might only get glimpses of a few pictures. There are some of these crime scene photos which the judge has ordered cannot be shown, and those will be any photo that displays the victim. Anyway, so, math ain't mathin'. I got a degree in communications because it required so little math. That was one of the reasons I chose this field. I eventually got to the right place, and I didn't even use a calculator.
You recognize 18 through 84?
I do.
What are they?
They are crime scene photographs that I took.
And are they the crime scene photographs that you took on the 22nd day of February, 2024?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that day?
Yes, they do.
State would move to admit states 18 through 84.
No objection.
They're admitted.
States Exhibit 85, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is one of my crime scene sketches.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your crime scene sketch? And does that sketch adequately and accurately represent the scene as you saw it on that day?
Correct.
State would move to admit States Exhibit 85.
No objection.
85 submitted.
And before we move on to, I want to ask you a little bit, I know it's in your CV, but I would like you to tell the court a little bit about your training in latent print processing. What is latent print? What is the processing of it, and how are you trained in that regard?
So as far as latent print processing, again, at the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of latent print processing there as well, which includes latent print photography. I also teach classes, crime scene classes for the University of Tennessee, and I go back and I actually teach at the Forensic Academy, so I've taught the latent print week there as well. And then with the GBI, we have additional training in latent print processing.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for the presence of latent prints over your career?
Oh gosh, a lot. When I worked in the Atlanta field office, we processed a lot of vehicles, a lot of cartridge cases. Like I said, I responded to over 500 crime scene calls there, so maybe about half of those probably involved latent print processing.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Special Agent Stewart as an expert in the fields of crime scene photography, latent print processing, and crime scene processing.
Wow, she gets all three.
Should be allowed to testify as an expert in those areas.
Triple designation. And she's got the CV to back it up.
Could you start first by telling the court what date and time did you get a call to process a scene on the University of Georgia's campus?
So it was February 22nd, and I responded to the crime scene at approximately 2 p.m., so I would have gotten the call maybe an hour prior to that.
Tell the court what the crime scene was like when you got there.
When I got there, one of the things that I noticed was it was very windy out. There was a lot of leaf coverage in the area. It was a wooded area.
What was the temperature like?
It was approximately 67 degrees.
Was this an outdoor scene?
It was an outdoor scene.
Can you tell the court what are the challenges particular to outdoor scenes?
So with an outdoor scene, obviously you're dealing with weather conditions, basically Mother Nature could be directly impacting you, whereas when you have an indoor scene, even if it's raining outside, it's not really going to impact how you work.
And did you find any challenges with this particular scene due to the foliage?
Yeah, so like I stated previously, the leaf coverage was kind of thick in the area that was off of the trail, and it was also very windy.
And so how did that impact you and your ability to process the scene?
Well, when it's windy, obviously things are not going to stay where they normally are or where they were previously. So you kind of have to take that into account when you're looking for evidence.
Did you process the scene by yourself or with others?
With other people.
And tell us a little bit about that process in this particular case.
So how our agency works is we are a request-only agency, which means that an agency has to request us for assistance. That may mean us taking over the entire case. That may mean us just working the crime scene. That may mean us just doing a few investigative acts for them. So in this case, the University of Georgia Police Department requested for me to help process the crime scene.
Who did you work with specifically with the University of Georgia Police Department in processing the scene?
That would be now Lieutenant Saunders.
And how did y'all go about processing the scene? Was it together? Was it separate? Tell us about that process here.
Yeah, so what we decided was because they were going to be the primary agency on the case, I took photographs for them. That was what they requested. And then I assisted with collecting the evidence, but Detective Saunders took possession of all of the evidence.
And when you said you assisted in collecting it, were you literally standing side by side as y'all were collecting it together?
Yes.
I want to start with an overall of the crime scene and your crime scene sketch, which would technically be State's Exhibit 85. And for ease, Your Honor, we have a blown-up version of State's Exhibit 85, which I think would be easier for the witness to testify to and would not have to leave the stand for that. So may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 143. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a blown-up copy of my crime scene sketch.
So is State's 143 just a blow-up copy of State's 85?
Correct.
And would using State's 143 aid you in your testimony today before this judge to explain the crime scene?
Yes, it would.
State would move to admit 143 for demonstrative purposes only.
I have objection, Judge.
submitted for that purpose.
And may I publish it using the easel here if it will stay?
Yes.
Let's see. No, all right. Can you turn it? And then I'll put it right first. Get the leg in. Yeah, so we can put it to that board.
This should be a sketch of a crime scene.
The easel doesn't
I've never
have,
seen poster boards this big in court before.
So we are going to try to clip it. We need a bigger clip. Thank you.
You need a bigger clip.
Thank you.
Bailiffs, court reporter, everyone's stepping up. That's not the jury we're seeing right there. Those are members of the press who are sitting in the jury box, and it looks like the press box is full of media members.
Thank you. So having clipped State's Exhibit 143 to the easel, I want to make sure that defense counsel can see and that can the court see. Thank you.
Those are the only two. The
also
three
talking
they need to
about
see is the judge, defense, and the witness.
How many evidence markers
Nobody else
did you
needs to see
have
that.
on this scene, and what is the significance of the evidence markers?
I used 8 evidence markers.
And did you label the items of evidence by number?
Yes.
And just before we get started, tell the court what is evidence item number 1 that you collected or you assigned number 1?
The AirPod.
And evidence item 2?
Evidence item 2 was a bloodstained rock.
Evidence item 3?
A bloodstained rock.
Evidence item 4?
Was a section of a tree.
Evidence item 5?
The jacket.
Evidence item 6?
The sports bra.
Evidence item 7?
A suspected bloodstain.
Evidence item 8?
The cell phone.
And the cell phone belonging to who?
Laken Riley.
Did you assign these a number by any significance, or just the number in which you collected them, or
Just the number in which I collected them. Sometimes I do it by what I first see. It just depends.
I'd like to start first with State's Exhibit 18. Tell the court, what are we looking at here?
So this is an overall photograph of the trail.
And in this picture, State's Exhibit 18, in what direction would be Laken Riley's body?
It would be towards the right side.
Okay, so I'm gonna, for the record, point my finger on the right side where my finger is?
Yes.
That would be in that direction?
Yes.
When you got there, did you observe, first of all, was Laken's body still there?
Yes, it was.
And did you observe any signs of medical intervention?
Yes.
What did you observe?
So with the AED pads were actually still on her body, and the AED was actually still audible.
What is an AED?
It is a device that first responders use to try to revive individuals.
State's Exhibit 22, what are we looking at there?
This is an overall showing the area closer to her body, which was near a tree that had already fallen down.
The tree that her body was near that had already fallen down, can you see that? Can you point to it for the record?
Yes.
The screens don't work like that. I think you have to point behind you.
Okay. Thank you.
She has a pointer.
Right here.
It's in the middle of photograph 22.
Yes.
Page 22. State's Exhibit 49. What does this depict?
So this is an overall, once I put out my evidence markers, and the
they're not
fallen
giving us
tree
any
would be
warning,
on this
sorry.
side.
To the left side of State's 49 for the record.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 33. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall of the top half of her body.
Last time they gave us warning about that, but
Did you observe injuries to Laken Riley's body?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 35. Tell the court, first of all, where overall did you observe injuries?
So there were injuries to the left side of her head, and then there were also these linear marks on her torso.
And point to those for us. Is that, okay, thank you. Middle of State's 35. States 38. What part of Laken Riley's body are we looking at here?
So this would be the lower, like just below her left hip. I had to kind of pull down her underwear. We always try to examine the decedent to see if there are any individual injuries under the clothing that we're missing.
And is that your glove then that we see in the photo?
Yes, it is.
All right, what injuries did you see when you pulled down her underwear?
There was another linear mark that looks kind of similar to the ones that were on her torso, but a little bit wider.
Okay, can you point that out for the court? Where is her underwear line in this photo then?
So her underwear is down here where my glove is because I'm having to pull it down to photograph that injury.
And in this injury that you photographed in States 38, is that in her pubic area?
Yes.
And you actually can see pubic hair in that area?
Correct.
Can you show that to the court, please? Right. Thank you. Circled it below the wound for the record in the bottom part of States 38.
Yes.
States 39.
This is a photograph of the lower half. So I was trying to photograph the dirt stains that were on her leggings.
States 40.
Those are her shoes.
States 27.
This is a close-up of her face.
States 32.
This is a close-up of the injuries to the left side of her head.
Please point to the injury, one of the injuries to the left side of her head that you captured in this photo.
So on scene, really I can only observe two. I know that there were more, but I can only see two. So this one and then this larger one.
Did you make any observations about her hair?
Yeah, so her hair was very tangled, which made it difficult for me to locate the additional injuries.
And tangled with what?
So there were leaves, blood, dirt tangled in her hair.
And when you say tangled, do you mean attached? Do you mean, I don't mean to be picky, but what do you mean by tangled?
Yeah, so typically with the decedents, we try to do an examination for additional injuries, which would mean somewhat kind of looking through the hair. And in this case, it was extremely difficult for me to do that because her hair was so matted and clotted with blood.
For some reason we lost our, there it goes, okay. States exhibit, and I want to ask you before we leave off the underwear, you said you did pull down the underwear.
Correct.
But this photo, States exhibit 35, does that depict the way you found her underwear when you got there?
Yes.
Before you actually examined her for other injuries?
Correct.
Okay. And how would you describe her underwear in this photo and what you saw on scene?
So on scene, her leggings were down below her belly button, and the underwear was somewhat protruding out of the right front area.
Did you flip her?
Yes, we did.
States exhibit 41, what did you observe when you flipped her?
When I flipped her over, I noticed that her leggings were exposing the upper area of her buttocks.
And can you show us where that's depicted in States 41?
Yes. In that area.
In the middle of the photograph?
Correct.
States 42?
February 22nd this year.
So there's a little bit of a glare, but I was just trying to show that she had like some leaves on her back, which is, I guess, to be expected because she was laying in that area. And then also that her hair was matted.
I was trying to find a way to eliminate the glare because it might become a problem later. But I'm not sure how we would do that without turning out the lights. So,
if you hold it.
If you hold it differently, she says, just hold it differently so the light reflects differently.
Some of the lights, if that's something that's important.
would we be able to dim a little bit just so the glare disappears?
I'll dim a little bit. It's a matter of turning off. See what you can do. Take those down, and we'll still have these up here.
We get mood lighting now. Lights require a special key.
That's too cumbersome. Much better. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. With the glare be gone, States 42, can you show us what part of Laken's body are we looking at here, and what are you photographing?
So we're looking at the back, but also we're looking at her head where her hair is has leaves and sticks and dirt and blood in it.
Where's her neck in that photograph? Okay. And was she wearing a necklace?
Yeah, she was.
Okay. And can you point the necklace out on States 42 at the top of the picture? Okay. Thank you. States 43.
It's a good point, Patricia. They can't
This
have
is
it
a
both
photograph
ways.
of her left hand.
Let's say it was from
Was she
dragging.
wearing a watch?
She was.
And do you see that watch in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you please point to it? Thank you. States 44.
This is a photograph of her left hand also, just her fingernails.
States 45.
Photograph of her right hand.
States 46.
Another photograph of the right hand showing her fingernails.
Did you take measurements on scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move away from the photographs of her body. But before I do that, I wanted to ask you about her shoes and any observations you may have made about her shoes. What type of shoes was she wearing?
She had Hoka brand running sneakers.
And did you observe those and look at those on scene?
Yes.
And what observations, if any, did you make about those shoes? And I'm showing you now States 40 for the record.
When I first looked at them, I noticed that they had reddish stains on them, and then they were also dirty, and then in the grooves, dirt was, I guess, caked, for lack of a better term, in those grooves.
And when you say reddish brown stains, what do you mean by that?
The suspected blood stains.
Did you take measurements at the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, first starting with what you marked on your evidence marker as your evidence marker 1, and while we're talking about evidence marker 1, I'm going to approach you with some of the evidence. Do you have gloves?
Yes, I do.
Would you glove up, please?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special Agent Stewart, we're going to start with marker 1. You already told us it was an AirPod.
Yes.
Was it on the trail or off the trail?
It was off the trail.
Approximately how far off the running trail was your marker 1?
That was a little difficult to determine because it was hard to see where the trail actually ended and where the road started and the, I guess like the leaves, because the leaves were so thick in that area, but it wasn't far.
So when we see leaves in this photograph, States 55, could you also then point for the court where is the marker 1 on this chart?
Yes.
At the bottom of 143. Yes. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 86. Do you recognize States 86?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the AirPod.
And if you keep your voice up so Madam Reporter can hear you, and you can take it back. Okay. And is the AirPod in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it on the 22nd day of February 2024?
Yes.
Say we move to admit States Exhibit 86. Request permission to publish.
No objection.
86 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay. The distance, I'd like to ask you, from this trail, from where you marked 1, from your marker 1 to markers 2, 3, and 4, what is that distance?
64 feet, 11 inches.
And you measured that day?
Yes.
The distance from where you marked 2, 3, and 4 to where Laken Riley's body was found, what is that distance?
13 feet.
And the distance from marker 8, and what is marker 8 again?
The phone.
The distance from Laken Riley's body over here at 5 and 6 to the phone is what?
I believe it's 50 54.7 or 57.4.
Over 50 feet.
Yeah, it's over 50 feet.
Thank you. I want to go on to your evidence markers 2 and 3. What were those?
This was evidence markers 2 and 3 represent rocks that were bloodstained, and then evidence marker 4 represents the tree that had bloodstains.
All right, before we zoom in on 2, 3, and 4, what, if anything, did you notice about this area in your crime scene sketch that you labeled 2, 3, and 4?
So in this area near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, there was also an area where I could actually see the ground, where the leaves were significantly disturbed to the point where I could physically see the ground.
And why is that significant to you?
Because the leaf coverage was pretty thick throughout the entire crime scene, and there were no other areas where I could actually see the ground.
So what conclusions did you draw based upon that?
Based on that, and then also like her hair being very matted, some type of significant disturbance happened in that area.
Did you observe blood in that area?
I did.
And where did you observe the blood in that area?
The blood was near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, and there was no other blood in the crime scene other than obviously where her body was resting.
State's Exhibit 62, what is that?
That is a close-up photograph of the rock from evidence marker 2.
I'm just asking why you think it's going
out. Yes. Does it sleep? Does that have a sleep mode?
No, it should be. We don't have that problem. It must be a connection issue, but I'm not sure. If it gets worse, we can. A lot of times it's. We'll just keep watching and see. I don't know.
That is a rock. Is this one 2 or 3?
That one is evidence marker 2,
okay.
And there were some hairs on that rock.
Okay. What type of hair?
It looked like it was brown, yeah, brown.
63.
This is the rock from evidence marker 3.
And 64.
Another view of that rock, and you can see that there's hair on it.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you 2 bags. One is State's Exhibit 87. The other one is State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to ask that you look inside both of those bags, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
These are the rocks.
Yeah, if you can see it to yourself, yes.
This is the murder weapon in this case.
Just set them on top of your lap if you could. And just do them at the same time if you could do the other one. And then I'll ask you about both at the same time. So have you had an opportunity to look at the items inside State's Exhibit 87 and 88?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what are 87 and 88?
They are the rocks that were collected from the crime scene.
And are they both in the same or substantially same condition as they were on the day that you collected them, February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit States 87 and 88. Request permission to publish.
87, 88.
Let's do them one at a time. I am holding. Yes, that's the first one. So this is State's Exhibit 87, I'm about to publish to the court. Which number is this in your crime scene sketch?
Evidence marker 2.
That's marker 2. $88. What evidence marker is this one?
Evidence marker 3.
And approximately what was the distance between 2 and 3?
I feel like it was less than a foot. They were very close together, which is why they got measured together.
How long did you spend at this crime scene that day?
I started at 2 and I was finished at around 8:45 p.m. So a little over 6 hours.
How much walking around this area, not only the crime scene where her body was found, but other areas around there, did you do that day?
When we got done with labeling when I got done with labeling 1 through 7, we were still looking for her phone, which is evidence marker 8. So we were still canvassing the area for that and additional items. I also looked for additional bloodstains, so we went beyond just where her body was. I also had other agents search the area as well.
In and around the area of her body and in anywhere out in that forest where you walked that day, did you observe any other rocks that were similar to the ones that you collected at 2 or 3?
No.
Moving on to item 4.
Did he bring the rocks with him?
If you need to change gloves, you can.
Where did he get the rocks?
State's Exhibit 66, what does that depict?
That is a photograph of the bloodstained tree.
And State's Exhibit 67, what does that depict?
The hairs that were attached to the tree.
It's difficult to see from my perspective, but can you point out the hairs that you saw in State 67? In the middle of the photograph.
Was this whole thing premeditated, even the murder?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Or was it an
And
attack?
now it's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 89. Ask that you look at that, please. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 89?
I do.
What is it?
It is a section of that tree.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was the day you collected it on February 22nd?
Yes.
So you move to admit State's Exhibit 89.
No objections.
Submitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Did you guys literally cut the tree?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because we wanted to make sure that we had the best evidence possible, and we felt that swabs were not going to be enough.
They cut down the tree. Wow. It was a small tree, but they cut it down.
Evidence marker 5. Which is State 69 and is depicted in the photograph. What is that?
That's her jacket.
And State's Exhibit 70. What does that depict?
Her sports bra.
And had those items been cut prior to your arrival?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you now what has been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibits 90 and 91. I'll ask you to do the same thing, take a look at those items, and I'll ask you some questions. Can you start with 90? What is State's 90?
This is her jacket, and actually there was also her shirt, but her clothing was so tangled that I didn't even realize the shirt was in there on scene.
And when you said tangled, what do you mean by that?
Well, the AED pads, it had been cut off by law enforcement. The AED pads were tangled in the clothing, and to avoid disturbing any trace evidence, we didn't open it completely.
All right, and are those items in the same or substantially same condition as they were when you collected them?
Yes.
They would move to admit states 89. No objection.
89 was the street.
I apologize, 90. And may I publish 90 before moving on?
Yes.
Part of the sports bra on there too. Yeah.
Let's do them one at a time. And 90, there are 3 items inside states 90, the bag that's marked states 90. Item number 1 I have in my hand inside of states 90 is in my right hand. What is this item?
That is the jacket.
Item 2 in my left hand inside of states 90, what is that?
The shirt.
Does this jacket have a zipper on it?
Yes, it does.
Item number 3 inside of states 90, what is this?
A section of the sports bra.
Moving on to states 91. Sorry, Mom. Let me fix that. Or do you want to pick up there? Pick that up.
Doing a good job on everything except for changing out gloves, but that's all right. We'll give them a pass.
Yes.
State would move to admit states 91, request permission to publish. No objection.
91's admitted, we might go.
And what is 91?
A section of the sports bra.
So the other section of the sports bra.
Correct.
I count 5 microphones on the witness stand. One of the microphones fell, and I think it's the one that the court reporter listens to the witness. Yeah.
That would bring us to your item number 7. Could you tell us about item 7?
So as I mentioned before, I was trying to look for additional evidence, and as I was walking the area looking for additional blood stains, I came across a dark colored stain that I suspected could be blood, so I marked it, I tested it, it ended up not testing for the presence of blood.
And that's item 73, or states 73?
Yes.
Show you states 50. What are we looking at there?
So this is after I put out my evidence markers, and I'm just showing generally where the evidence markers are, and then this is the area of disturbed leaves.
Show the area of disturbed leaves.
Where I could actually see the ground.
So would it be in states 50 between the tree that you cut and Laken Riley's body in that photograph?
Correct.
States exhibit 54. Let me move some of these on. What does that depict? And wait a second, I think it'll clear on its own. There we go.
So in this photograph, I'm trying to show evidence marker number 1, which is the air pod, and then there was also a path of disturbed leaves, not as disturbed as the area near 2, 3, and 4, that I used pin flags to kind of show the track of the disturbed leaves.
And that path of disturbed leaves, did it go from the trail to where?
It went from the trail to evidence markers 2, 3, and 4.
And that path would be how long in length?
It would have been a little less than 6411.
But would it be over 50 feet?
Yes.
When you say you saw disturbed leaves and you marked them with those orange flags, what did you physically see?
So when we were looking in the area, we were trying to look for additional evidence or just evidence in general. There, like I said, the leaf coverage was thick, but you could see almost like a slight depression in that area that led from the trail to the area of evidence markers 2, 3, and 4. And it was a little challenging to photograph because of the shadows of the trees, so I used the pin flags to show the path.
And what are we looking at here in States 53?
So this is a photograph from evidence markers 2, 3, and 4 back out, showing the viewpoint from the opposite direction, going from 2, 3, and 4 back to the trail, and then the pin flags are there.
Can you point to the pin flags so we can see them?
Yes.
Up in the middle of the photograph. And when you walked that trail and you photographed and you looked at, did you look at the disturbed leaf path?
Yes.
Did you see any blood?
No, I did not.
States 50. I already showed you that one, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I want to talk to you about your marker 8. What was marker 8?
The phone.
At what time or how long approximately did it take y'all to find the phone?
We found the phone maybe about an hour before we finished, so maybe like 5 hours.
By the time you found the phone, was it daylight still or dark?
It was still dark. Oh, well, sorry, it was dark.
Okay. So States Exhibit 80, what are we looking at there?
I can't see the evidence marker.
I'm sorry, hold on. I will try to move it and see if it resumes. There we go.
So this is a photograph of evidence marker 8, and then in the background...
He does have an interpreter.
Those are the other evidence markers.
Okay. And where, I know we see evidence marker 8, but can you see the actual cell phone in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But it was there where evidence marker 8 was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a close-up of this?
I did.
States 81, what does that depict?
The cell phone.
Can you please point to the cell phone in States 81? Okay, in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
Did you collect the cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Did you look at the cell phone?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe about the cell phone?
We noticed that there was an area of ridge detail on the phone.
When you say ridge detail, what do you mean by that?
Fingerprint ridge detail.
Were you able to see that without processing the phone at all?
Yes, a little bit, but I had to use oblique lighting, so that's where you take your flashlight and you kind of side light it to be able to view the latent prints better.
States 82, what does that depict?
That's a photograph of the phone and me using the flashlight to try to highlight it.
I'm going to wait for this thing to stop moving. Okay, hold on a second. Maybe it doesn't like the photos on top of each other. Okay. Where on the phone was this image that you saw, or this item that you saw? See, I'm not even touching it now, and it's just moving.
It was at the bottom, close to the charging port area.
Okay.
It's not moving, it's trying to autofocus.
And do you see it depicted in States 82?
Yes.
Please point to it with your pointer. Were you able to determine, was there any reddish brown stains on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
It looked like there were reddish stains suspected to be blood.
Okay. Where on the phone?
Specifically the print.
States Exhibit 83, this may be really tough. I think I'm going to have to come to you closer for it. So before I do that, did you end up taking a better photograph or more photographs of the latent print
right
that
here
you
on the
saw
bottom
on
of
the
the phone where the hang-up button is?
States Exhibit 84, what is that?
That is a macro photo of the latent print, or in this case it would be a patent print because we could kind of see it, so, of the ridge detail.
Of the ridge detail.
Correct.
And when you say a macro photo, what do you mean by that?
So with photography, we have different lenses, and the macro lens specifically allows us to take close-up photographs of small items that are difficult to see. So it almost magnifies.
When did you take this photo?
On the scene after we collected the phone, immediately.
Was it before or after the phone was processed for prints?
This photograph, I believe this one is before. Yes, this one is before Detective Saunders used powder.
Okay, and did you see Detective Saunders process the phone?
I did.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes.
And then did he lift a latent lift card from that phone?
He did.
But this was your photograph prior to that?
Correct.
Now, for States 83, I am going to have to come closer to you because I am assuring that it's not going to show. May I approach?
Yes.
States 83, could you tell us what we're looking at? And then I'm just going to have to show counsel in the court.
This is a photograph of, I was trying to show that the print was located in the area where you would swipe to unlock. And so the phone was actually still receiving notifications. And so it actually says swipe to unlock behind the print.
Where do you see the swipe to unlock on this photo? At the very bottom?
Yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel first, and then with the court's permission, may I show the court?
Yes.
And I approach the court. Very difficult to see, but we're right. So moving to the phone and your exhibit, marker 8. You can switch gloves if you need to. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 92. Do you want me to take your old ones?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that you look inside State's 92. Do you recognize what's inside State's 92?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the cell phone that was at evidence marker 8.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
So it would move to admit State's 92. No objection.
92 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So while I'm publishing the phone, can you put, using your finger where you saw the latent or patent ridge detail that we see in States 84?
It would have been right here.
And do you have an iPhone?
Yes, I do.
Right here where you put your finger, is that where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
Okay. On an iPhone?
Yes.
Looks like an iPhone 15 or 16. A lot like this one. That is right where you would push the hang up button.
Just have a few more photos. 74. What is State 74?
So this is, I was trying to show how we got to the phone because the phone was not close to where her body was. So there's my evidence marker 1, marking the AirPod, and then I tried to use this tree stump as a marker to show the path of getting to the phone.
72.
So that's, we talked earlier about the suspected stain. Mm-hmm. So in this photograph, I'm just trying to show some spatial relationship between 2, 3, and 4 in that stain.
And finally, 25.
This is the area where first responders initially said her body was, and they moved her out. And I was just trying to show that even with first responders in this area, and there were several of them moving her, that area is still not nearly as disturbed as the area near evidence marker 2, 3, and 4.
On the scene that day, were Laken Riley's hands bagged?
Yes, they were.
And when we say bagged, can you describe what actually happened?
What we do is we put handbags over the hands to prevent the loss of any potential trace evidence or DNA.
And was that done in your presence by Lieutenant Saunders?
Yes.
Did you, what time did you leave that day, you said?
8:45.
Okay. At some point, were you asked to assist the same agency in photographing a suspect named Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what day and time were you asked to do that, and where were you and what did you do?
That would have been the 23rd, and it was approximately 9 p.m. when I arrived at the police department.
Which police department?
The Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I am handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 93 through 115. I ask you to take a look at those photos, ask you a series of questions.
While she's doing that, I will just let you know that the prosecutors
You
decided
recognize
not to
93
seek the
through
death
115?
penalty.
Yes.
What are they?
They're
case.
photographs of Mr. Ibarra.
Did those photographs fairly and accurately depict him as you saw him on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 93 through 115.
No objection.
93 through 115 are admitted.
And may I request permission to publish?
So death penalty is legal. It is an option in Georgia,
Yes.
but they decided not to pursue it in this case.
First of all, the person that you photographed that day, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record?
He's wearing a plaid shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. When you photographed him that day, about how close did you get to him?
Pretty close because I had to take close-up photographs of injuries that were on his body.
Okay, did you observe injuries on his body?
Yes.
And did you photograph those injuries?
I did.
And the time that you saw him, that day, is he heavier or lighter than he is today as far as weight?
When I photographed him, he was heavier.
Publishing State's Exhibit 93, tell us what that depicts.
It's an overall photograph.
State's 94, and it might be really hard to see, but maybe not. What does that depict?
An overall photograph of his hands.
Okay. And did you observe or photograph any injuries to his hands?
I did.
In general, just show us where they were, and then I'll try to get the close-up photos. Okay, so you're on the left hand for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And you pointed to the wrist area?
Yes.
Left pinky finger?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe I photographed this one as well.
Right middle finger?
Yes.
So, State's 95. That could be hard to see. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, show us that injury. Let's show a few more of these. State's 100.
That's the wrist, left wrist.
State's 98.
Left pinky.
Whose scale is that?
Mine.
That's 96. State's 96.
Oh yeah, that would have been I think the left middle finger from the previous photo.
All right. State's 101.
So now we're on the right hand.
102.
There's a small, well, it's like a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of State's 102.
Yeah, on the middle finger.
State's 103.
Photographing the other side of the hand.
104.
Overall of the inner forearms, forearms.
105.
A scratch on the forearm.
Can you show that to the, or is that where your sticker is?
Yeah.
Your scale?
Yes.
Okay.
I try to put the scale close to the injury.
And is that his right side or his left side?
I believe that's the left side.
What I need
Yes, because it would be here.
All right. That's the left side?
Yes.
States 106.
That's an overall of his upper body.
States 107.
An overall of the back, and there's something here.
Okay, when you say something, where are you pointing?
In the middle.
And did you observe an injury there?
See a scratch.
And did you photograph that?
Yes.
States 108. Is that where your scale is? Is the injury that you observed?
Yes.
And the photograph?
I hope we don't go too far with this. I don't know what else we're photographing. They're just
I might need to
plopping
hand
down
these back
photos.
to you if you can't tell what they are. So you let me know, okay?
Okay.
States 114.
That's the left side of the neck.
And what did you observe to the left side of his neck?
A scratch.
All right. And is that, you just point to it for the record, above the necklace but below the ear?
Yes.
States 115.
That's the same injury with a scale.
And what side of your scale is that injury for the record? In the middle of the photograph to the right side of the scale?
Yes.
She marked him all right.
States 112.
That would be the right side of the front neck.
What did you observe there? Okay,
Looked like it was a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of the photo. States 113.
Same scratch with a scale.
These are the ones I think I'm going to have to come and hand back to you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm not sure you'll be able to tell based on what I put them up, or the way that I put them up. It's probably easier to see. What part of the body is that?
This looks like it's the back. 109 looks like it's a close-up of the back.
Okay.
The mark that was on the back. And then 110 would be the right elbow area. And then 111 is a close-up of that.
And I approach to retrieve.
Yes. I tell you, we're going forward, both prosecution and defense can move around freely. You don't have to ask. I know you're trying, that's going to be a hard habit to break.
It will, but I will do my best, Your Honor.
You don't have to ask to approach.
I'm just trying to.
Thank you. Yes, I understand. I will do my best. You may have to remind me, because I used to get yelled at if I did that.
The scratches are apparent on the big screen if you're watching on the
So
big
then, just briefly, states 110. Can you show us the scratch on that?
Yes.
And then 111. Is that the same area with the scale?
Yes.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor, with counselor? Pass the witness.
Respect.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you arrived on the crime scene, the body had already been moved, is that right?
Correct.
And were you informed about how the body was moved?
Yes.
So you were aware that some policemen grabbed the ankles and some grabbed her arms to move her?
Correct.
At some point you photographed a metal washer on the trail. Did that turn out to have any evidentiary significance in the case?
I don't believe it did.
Okay. Let's see. When, it's hard for us to tell from the pictures, but when you photographed the rocks on scene, were they lying on top of the leaves or partially buried by the leaves?
They were lying on top of the leaves. Like when I went to collect them, it wasn't like they left a depression. Like it wasn't like they'd been sitting there for a while.
So they had, they were on top of leaves and they were not in the dirt, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you didn't see any other rocks in the area, but to be fair, you weren't out there with a rake looking for other rocks.
I did move. So it's common for us when we have outdoor scenes in the woods, we do move the leaves to search for additional evidence, especially because it was windy and I knew that the leaves could have shifted. We did kind of like rake up, not using a rake, but literally on my hands and knees, crawling through the area, trying to find additional items.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're good.
Okay. How wide of an area were you crawling through?
I searched the immediate area, and then there were also other agents that went further beyond the body, like into the woods in multiple directions.
Okay. And I'm not trying to pick you, but when you say immediate area, can you give us an estimate of feet?
So that would be the immediate area where my evidence markers are. Okay. That is what I consider my immediate area of the crime scene. And then I will assign other agents to go beyond that area.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. So you said that the markers 2, 3, and 4 were about 13 feet away from where the body was found. Is that
correct?
Right? Okay. And you said that the markers 4, 3, and 2 were about 64 feet from the path. Is that correct?
Yes, 6411 from evidence marker 1.
Okay.
Yes.
And for those of us that are not great with distances, is that like the length of this courtroom or a little bit more?
I'm not great with distances in that aspect either, so that's why I take my measurements.
All right, fair enough. Okay. So in States 45, we saw a picture close-up of Laken Riley's hand and her fingernails. Eventually, her fingernails were clipped. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do the clipping yourself?
I did not. That's done at the autopsy.
Okay. So these photos would have been before her fingernails were clipped?
Correct.
Okay. You also briefly in your report mentioned that there was an irregular shaped blood stain on her left ankle. Do you remember noting that in your report?
Probably.
Okay. Did you see a corresponding wound on her left ankle?
No, but given the fact that she was moved by law enforcement, or things could have occurred during the incident.
Sure. So I guess what I'm asking is, did it look like the blood on her ankle was formed from contact with a bloody object rather than from a wound on her ankle?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the latent print that you talked about with Ms. Ross. So you described that it was on the very bottom of the screen.
Correct.
And right where it would have said swipe up to unlock, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you own an iPhone.
Correct.
I own an iPhone. And you would agree with me that some iPhones have different screen sizes.
Yes.
But you would also agree with me that the marker to hang up a phone call is not at the very bottom of a screen.
It depends on your phone, but it doesn't vary that much. I mean, I have an iPhone 13 mini, which is probably the smallest iPhone you could have. And the screen size is not significantly
Thomas has an
different.
iPhone 8.
Sure.
Or
so
3.
Just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to show you my phone. It is also an iPhone. Let's see if I can get it angled the right way. Would you agree with me that would you agree with me that that's a fairly accurate screenshot of where the call would be displayed on an iPhone?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there's about an inch between the red hang up sign and the bottom of the screen?
Yes, but your iPhone has the button.
It does have the button, but from the bottom of the screen to the red button is about an inch.
I'd have to measure it.
It's not touching the bottom of the screen, right?
No.
Okay. You were present during the autopsy of Ms. Riley?
Correct.
And you spoke with the medical examiner regarding the state of the crime scene as she was doing the autopsy?
I did.
Did you discuss her conclusions with her at that time?
No.
You noted in your report that you searched Ms. Riley's shoes for a house key.
Yes, so at some point while we were working the crime scene, we were looking for her phone and potentially a house key. So some runners run with the house key in their shoe. They take the single key and they put it in their shoe.
And you didn't find the house key in her shoe?
I did not.
Did you ever find the house key in any of her clothing articles?
I did not.
Okay. I want to talk briefly about your photos of Mr. Ibarra. You took photos of his arms, his hands, his back, and his neck. Are those the areas that you photographed?
That's easy to find with a metal detector.
Yes.
We didn't go through any photos of his legs. Were there any injuries that you saw on his legs?
I did not observe any.
Now, when you took photos of Mr. Ibarra, you were also collecting evidence for a DNA test. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to do that, you collected some buccal swabs.
Sergeant Saunders collected those.
In your presence?
Correct.
Okay. And buccal swabs would be on the insides of the cheeks, correct?
Yeah, it's actually buccal swabs.
Thank you. And then you also tried to collect DNA from the fingernails, or at least collect his fingernails for DNA analysis. Is that true?
Correct, yeah. He had really short fingernails, so there was no way that I was going to be able to clip them.
So they were too short to even clip a little bit off of?
Yes, it would have been extremely painful.
Okay. And so instead, you guys resorted to a backup plan, which is where you swabbed the kind of underneath his fingernails?
Yes.
And you did that. And were those sent to the lab for testing as well?
That I do not know.
Okay. The injuries that you, well, I guess who had custody of those swabs under his fingernails? Would that be Officer Saunders?
Yes.
Okay. The injuries that you observed on his back and his neck and his arms, some of those injuries were lighter and some were darker. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Curious if those short fingernails were intentional. Or just a habit.
Briefly. Let's measure out 64 feet and 11 inches. All right? So.
Ooh, field trip.
Stand. Yes.
Hope they have one of those big, like, wind-up tape measures.
Hold the end. Actually, I should hold the end. You should tell me when we get there.
Well, that's a 25-footer.
All right? Go over where you need to go to make it work.
The judge, this is a great demonstration for a jury. It's not quite so good for the judge. The judge knows how big the courtroom is.
We're at 25 feet. All right, so this is 25 feet. So do the math. How much more of this than you have to go?
We have to go
Into the hallway. At least by this distance, right? Because this is only 25 feet. And then by 14 feet in addition to that. All right, thank you.
Now it's broken. It won't go back in. Just push the button, let it whip around.
You had mentioned when Ms. Beck showed you her phone that hers has that button that Apple doesn't use anymore at the bottom of the screen, right?
Correct.
Did Laken Riley's phone have that button?
No, it did not have the home button.
Okay. What's the significance of the home button? And why did you point that out to Ms. Beck?
Because the home button takes up space, and the whole reason the newer phones have a bigger screen, and the home button doesn't take up as much space, which provides a bigger screen. So that would change.
Would it change where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
So Laken Riley's phone did not have a home button like the one on Ms. Beck's phone, correct?
Correct.
So would it look more like, I'll just show you my iPhone. Phone, yeah. Would it look more like my iPhone?
Yes.
No home button?
Correct.
Hold on just a second. Miss Jackson's about to call me.
Hang on, Judge. I'm getting a call. I know we're live in court. Just kidding.
Okay, so do you see where my phone is?
Yes.
Would the hang up button be where the answer button is as well?
You have to answer the phone. Answer the
Oh,
phone.
I'm sorry. Do you see my green?
Yes.
Okay.
The slide to answer. Yes.
All right, slide to answer. And that is how close to the bottom of the phone?
It's closer than if you have a home button.
Okay. Thank you.
She went to voicemail. You missed a call. Missed a call. Ghosted her.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
No further questions.
You're excused.
Yes.
Any objection, Ms. Beck?
No objection.
Thank you.
You're excused. Special Agent Stewart.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
The state calls Zachary Davis.
Zachary Davis.
We got boxes of evidence coming in. One witness going out. Zachary Davis, next witness up for the state. In day one of this trial, Looks like he's in uniform. I'm guessing he's a police officer. Don't quote me on this one. Trying to see if he's with the university or not. I think we could turn the lights back on.
Please, sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
I am Zachary Davis, Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y, last name D-A-V-I-S.
Where do you work?
I'm a police officer with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Athens-Clarke County Police Department?
I have been employed with Athens-Clarke County since March 7th of 2022.
What are your duties with Athens-Clarke County Police Department?
I am a patrol officer. I'm assigned to the West Side Division, work night shift between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
He's tired, is what he's saying.
As a patrol officer, what do you do?
Typically it's responding to calls for service. When you call 911 and you want someone to come out, that's your patrol officers that show up. When we're not responding to calls for service, we're expected to be patrolling our areas, meeting the needs of the community.
When you patrol, do you wear a uniform such as you are wearing today?
Yes.
And you drive a patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working for the Athens-Clarke County Police Department in February 22nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift did you work that day?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
He's got notes.
When you came in at 6 p.m., were you given any information about an incident that may have occurred?
Yes.
What information did you get?
At the time, it was very little information, but I was made aware that a female had been murdered in the IM fields, the intramural fields located on UGA's property, just across the village from my zone.
And when you say just across from my zone, what do you mean by that?
So we divide the county along Millage. Everything on the east side of Millage, like the downtown area, is east side. I work the west side, so everything on the west side, closer to Oconee County and the mall, that's typically assigned to our side of town.
So Millage is basically smack in between the east side and the west side?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the IM fields in that area of the University of Georgia?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that area?
Prior to being a police officer with Athens-Clarke County, I was employed by the University of Georgia Police Department and served on their patrol division for 5 years and some change.
So when you came to work that evening and were given this information, what, if anything, did you do?
My shift, we assigned more units down towards that Millage area, just hoping to assist in any way that we could. I immediately started talking to some of the locals, asking if anybody had heard of anything. Nobody really knew anything and could point me in any sort of direction to start working. At that point, the only real information we've been provided was a photo, a very grainy photo that I was told was taken from Building S on the University of Georgia's, when I worked there, it was called Family Housing. I'm not sure what it's called now. It's down there off of Rogers Road and East Campus Road. I was told that photo was of someone suspicious in the area that morning. I knew the proximity of Building S to the IM fields and the location that I worked for the county down in South Millage, and I began checking in those areas for anything to go off of.
So tell us the proximities that you knew of then. The Building S that you're familiar with, how far away was that from Millage?
From Millage, if it's just a straight line, it's maybe 100, 150 yards. I guess. And
you were made aware of where the woman had been killed. How far away was that from Building S?
Maybe another 100 yards. I still don't know the exact location, but I knew it was within that proximity of walking distance.
And I'm going to approach and show you a few things all at once so that I don't have to keep coming up to you. The first thing I'm going to show you is States 144. Do you recognize 144?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the grainy photo that was taken from Building S that I was provided.
And I would move to admit States 44. 144, I apologize.
Any objection to 144? No. 144 is admitted.
States 140, we're eventually going to get to that, but since I'm up here, I thought I'd go ahead and do it. You recognize States 140?
I do.
What is States 140?
That is a photo I took of a jacket that was located inside of a trash can on the property of either 291 or 295 South Millage Avenue, what used to be Raintree Apartments.
Okay. Is it also called Celiac at Azul at one point?
Yes.
And Argo Apartments?
Yes.
Yeah, about how many times has that apartment changed?
Since I've been living in Athens, 4 times. I believe now it is currently the Grove at 5 Points.
So no matter what the name is of that apartment complex, what are the addresses associated with it?
I believe it's 291 and 295 or 285. I'd have to check my CAD system mapping.
Okay, Millage Avenue.
Yes.
Are both of those addresses, 285, 291, Millage Avenue, are they both located in Athens, Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This photograph that you took, which is states 140, does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw in the dumpster on the 22nd day of February 2024?
It does.
Statement moved to admit states 140.
No objection. 140 is admitted.
And states 141 while I'm up here, what is that?
This is a flash drive that I have signed, and when I signed it, it contained my body cam footage resolving collection of that jacket.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage?
It is.
Statement moved to admit 141.
Any objection to 141?
No, sir.
141 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
So starting first with 144, is that the image that you were talking about that you had received?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you got to work about 6 p.m. that day?
Yes, that's when my shift starts.
Okay. And you had that image, you said you started asking people, you know, millaging around. What else did you do in relation to trying to assist the officers with the crime that had just occurred?
So, given the university's location to millage, I recalled an incident from 6 years ago where I pursued a subject from Building S, behind Building S, to, at the time, what was Argo Apartments at that 291, 295 address. And there's a perfect cut through that walks through those two. So I figured the ease of access for someone to easily cut over to millage. I began checking dumpsters just because people tend to try and get rid of property in dumpsters that they don't want to be in possession of. I checked several dumpsters. We had also been called to, people were starting to call in about everything at this point, not really knowing what's going on, trying to be helpful. During that time, I found myself at the Rain Tree Apartments, wherever it was called. Started going through those dumpsters. There's one immediately behind the Italian restaurant that's there, that's still on the Rain Tree property. Looked in there, didn't see anything that really appeared to be evident that it was, pertinent to what was going on. I then made my way around. I noticed that the trash had been picked up recently. It's a rather large complex, and
sorry, we had the lights off before you got here.
And then, so the trash had been picked up either earlier that day or relatively recently, just due to the lack of trash that was in there. I made my way further into the complex, and I noticed there were 3 dumpsters, 2 of which were trash receptacles and one that was clearly marked for recycling. I checked the 2 trash ones. They had the sliding doors on the side. Looked in there, didn't notice anything. Again, nothing that really stuck out to me as pertinent. Finally went to the one that was strictly labeled for recycling. The sides of it were welded shut, but the top was open, so I climbed up onto it and looked down into it, and that's when I noticed the blue jacket.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you notice about the blue jacket? And is it the blue jacket that is depicted here in states 140?
It is.
All right, there's a pointer right next to you. Can you point out the jacket?
Oh, wow.
Oh, it should be, nope, there's your pointer.
Perfect. So that is the jacket. The photo of the suspicious individual, they were wearing a darker colored jacket, appeared to have some shinier zippers or buttons on the front. Again, super grainy, but something to go on. The zipper, as well as it appeared as though there were leaves, and upon further examination, there was a little bit more.
Okay. Could you see anything else on the jacket at some point?
Not from this height. At this point, we didn't want to just be chasing down clothes in dumpsters, but given this proximity to the scene as well as the photo that was taken, I immediately notified my supervisor so that he could contact the University of Georgia Police Department since they were working the case. Detectives from UGA came out to look at it. They decided they would like to collect the evidence. I volunteered to climb into a dumpster, and upon picking up the jacket, I noticed that there were leaves on it. There were tears on the front as well, and what appeared to be some darker red or brown stains on the sleeves near the wrist.
Okay, and did you notice anything else on the jacket? There
was, I believe in my video I stated it's a button. The front has 2 pockets up here that fold down, and on the bottom has 2 pockets that fold out, that the buttons are used to close those pockets. Wrapped around one of the pocket buttons appear to be dark hair.
So you jumped into the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you or publish for you. Your Honor, can we toggle back over?
Might need a toggle counter.
41.
I'm waiting for the day when the defendant shows up wearing clothes that he's photographed in the crime scene. You know, because family can bring clothes and get them provided for the defendant to wear. The street clothes. They're not always just checked out from the jail's library of clothes. That would be funny.
Do you see the screen in front of you? Do you see that address, 2091 South Milledge Avenue?
Yes.
And that is located in Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
It is.
Is that where you found this jacket?
It is.
Who's that we see in your body cam video?
Detective Norris from the University of Georgia Police Department. He's the one currently standing on the side of the dumpster. The gentleman on the right is, I'm not sure of his rank at this time, but it is, when I was there, Lieutenant Graham.
Okay. So are those ACC PD officers or UGA PD
University
officers?
of Georgia Police officers.
Thank you.
Got to give it 30 seconds before we get some
30
audio.
seconds is silent on all of our videos. It gives a chance to buffer and go backwards from time of activation.
Okay. So we'll hear volume in a second.
Yes.
All right.
About 10 seconds.
He's gloved up and ready. And they're about to turn on the body camera. In 3, 2, 1, 0. Click.
Come on. Oh shit. There's hair on the buttons, ripped up sleeves.
Can you bundle it up with whatever is... Yeah, let me open this bag.
Throws the evidence bag in the garbage. Here you go.
Women's long hair wrapped up in the buttons.
Let's stop it at 2:58 in the top, which of course is UTC. So if it's 2:58 UTC minus 5 hours, about what time of night was this?
9:58?
Pardon?
9:58?
9:58?
PM,
okay.
yes.
PM.
You good friend of the math.
So I think you did that right. 2:23:24 2:58 UTC is 9:58 PM on the 22nd day of February 2024.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I heard you just ask, was she a brunette? Why did you ask that question?
Because the hair wrapped up in the buttons appeared to be darker, didn't appear to be full black, and it definitely wasn't blonde. So.
All right.
While I'm in here, stand by. Are we looking for a white coffee cup?
A white cup?
It's not the same. It's part of some other trash. I know I still felt bad about it. I don't see anything else sticking out. You good with it?
Could somebody give me a hand?
10-4. Y'all want to satisfied? Report.
Satisfied.
Is that a head-mounted camera?
How many dumpsters had you looked at that evening before you got to this one?
Before to this one, I believe there's one dumpster area located behind the Tall Boy Liquor Store, which is at the intersection of Millage and the Inner Loop exit ramp. So that would be 1 or 2 dumpsters there, the other one on that property, and then including the 2 more, so that puts us at 5, and this dumpster makes 6.
It was Georgia, 67 degrees that day.
And we heard you say something about a coffee cup, a white coffee cup.
Correct.
What was that all about? What were you looking for?
In the, what are we calling it? The grainy photo?
Sure.
In the grainy photo, it appears that the subject's carrying a coffee cup.
Okay, well, hold on just a second. Maybe toggle back over. In states 144, do you see the cup you were talking about?
I do.
Okay, is that in the person's right or left hand?
Their left hand.
All right. Is that what you were looking for in the dumpster?
Yes, I just remembered seeing the photo and seeing a white coffee cup, but it didn't appear large enough, and I picked it up.
And so you didn't find that, but you looked?
Correct.
And anything else in the dumpster that was suspicious to you at all?
No.
Did you notice, and the dumpster seemed kind of high, I mean, how high was it for you to get out?
You
stood in it, so how tall are you?
My license says 6 foot, it's like 5'11".
Okay.
But in boots, I'm 6 foot, and it's a hair taller than me, so probably 6'3", 6'4". The slit for the opening is, I believe I have to get on my tippy toes to look into it.
Okay.
So that's probably in the area of 6 feet.
All right.
He rounded up.
And when you hopped out of the dumpster, did you see a camera?
Yes.
Let me back up a little bit, and I want you to show us the camera that you saw when you got out. I'm going to go back to where you hop out, and I want you to tell me to stop when you see the camera.
Can we get the video back?
Let's go back over.
Oh, sorry.
All us guys out here who were rounding
So
up on
for
our
the
height,
record
rounding
now,
down
I
on
have
our weight.
141, and I'm at, I'm just using the UTC time at this point at 2:59.
So
I'm stopping it now at 2:59.
yeah. So this apartment right here is Bravo 32 at Raintree Apartments. In that doorway, I believe it's on the left side, you can kind of see a dark spot right there. That dark spot in a clearer video would clearly be a security footage camera of that residence.
Okay. And did you let UGAPD or UGPD know that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Might be done with this witness. He just pointed out there in that screenshot, you could see exactly where the
Officer Davis?
Yes.
the camera was located that filmed him throwing that away.
Obviously see you get the jacket, take custody of the jacket, and before you put it into that paper bag, you were sort of talking to the other officers who were outside of the dumpster, right, describing a little bit?
Correct.
And one of the things we hear you say is that it's torn.
Correct.
And do you recall how many tears?
I do not. I did not want to manipulate the jacket any more than I needed to package it, but I also wanted to get as much of a description that I could at the time.
And then, and obviously you didn't examine it further after you packaged it up?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
No, sir.
You excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Brown? You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is going to be a little lengthy, so when we take our afternoon break, so I can make sure I have all of the evidence.
Okay.
Do you, it'd be probably a good time to break.
All right, 10-minute recess.
All right, as they go to a recess, I'm going to see if I can show you. Let's see. Kill that mic a little bit so the buzzing goes away. Let's do MP1 and MP2. So this is the coffee cup picture And here's him, and here's the picture. I know it's not the best image, but you've got definite similarities with the build, with the face, the beard location. Just saying, it's not the best image, but it's enough that I would, I'd want to ask a couple questions. All right. Did you miss anything important with this witness? Yes, this last witness, Officer Zachary Davis, great job, by the way, Officer Davis, was the one who found the jacket that had blood on it that was torn and also had some of Laken's hair sort of caught and wrapped around the button. The button had like front chest pocket buttons, and if there's hair wrapped around them, it would probably be from the jacket being ripped off and up and over her head. Because the hair, we're going to find out later, as they told us in opening statements, the hair was forcibly removed from her head, like it was torn out of her head. There was like 15, I think they said something like 15 strands of hair that were recovered. So that's what happened there. Bug Dugger, thank you for gifting a membership. Went to Nanny Goat. Congratulations. Lynn, if you're buffering on or off, check your YouTube settings to see what the resolution's set to. You also noticed the camera that led to finding the gloves in the bushes. Yeah, good police officers here. Good detective work from them. Bench trial, how's the judge ruling so far? There have been no objections that I can think of. Maybe one objection. I don't think we've had any objections during court since it started this morning. So it's hard to say what they've ruled on. The judge is not like physically manipulating or wanting to look closely at some of the physical items of evidence that have been presented. For instance, the ear pods, the phone, the clothing, even though they've been, published, which is literally the whole purpose of publishing them is showing them to the judge. It's not for our benefit, although we do benefit that way at the same time. It's for the judge to see it. He knows that is not what he's going to base his decision on, based on like the, where the fingerprint is according to his observation on the phone. He can look at the pictures and be like, I'm good with that. So I think he's doing a good job. I think he's running a pretty tight ship as far as time-wise goes on the phone. On the court. I'm looking at my phone and he's staying on schedule for the most part. It is moving quickly without a jury. It's a lot quicker. So we've got about a 10-minute break here while we wait. I feel like this case being tried is useless. It might not bring the results he wants, but he is innocent unless proven guilty, and this is the process of proving him guilty. If he chose not to plead guilty, this is his right. Everybody is afforded that right. You get to lead a little bit during bench. Seems like you'd want to get to the point faster. Blissful Squirrel, I think one thing they are doing is with the judge who is very familiar with evidence and the terms that are used in evidence, we're going to see less explanation of basics of evidence, evidentiary, just foundational stuff. And it might, and I'm hoping, fingers crossed, when it comes to the DNA, we don't get the whole DNA speech. Like when we have the bullet experts in trial, when there's a shooting involved, they always bring in the bullet and they're explaining the cartridge and the projectile. I don't think a judge who has presided over numerous murder trials needs to be taught over and over how DNA works or things like that. So it might speed up that process a little bit. I think the jacket was the defendant's, not Laken's. Ooh. I think you're right. Pat, I think you're correct. Because we had the shirt. I don't know. It does seem weird that he would keep the outer jacket after leaving her there, when all the other stuff, everything else was left. It does seem weird that he would keep that. So that does seem like it would be his jacket. Thanks for that correction. I think you're correct. The jacket is his. His jacket, her hair, and blood. Thank you. I apologize for that mistake. I believe you are absolutely 100% correct. The buttons don't make sense for Lululemon top. Yeah, Lululemon's not known for their buttons. They're more known for tighter fits. So it would have been, let me see if we can look at his jacket really quickly. Would have been this one here. Is that the one? The two buttons and a zipper? It's not the best picture. Let me rewind a little bit. I also, at the end of today, I also need to go back and cut just a couple seconds out of this video to comply with the judge's orders, which we can do as soon as the video's over. I want to see... Trying to see if we can get back to where we had. Was that this morning? Okay, here we go. Let's try openings. Give me a second to get this on the screen here. Okay, jumping back to this morning. This was during the prosecution opening statement, and they were showing. Let's rewind this a little bit. I'm not sure if I can zoom in on this. Maybe I can. It's a long little video here. This is one of the security cameras that captured him. This is right around the time of the peeping Tom incident, I believe. So the playback is crazy on this. Why is it doing this? It's been really jumpy on me. This is interesting. He has a crossbody bag on, not a body bag, but a crossbody bag. Let's see, dump that into our timeline. All right, and now it's in our timeline. We can zoom in a little bit. So let's do that. LEB, that's a great idea. I did think he had something with him. So now let's take a little look at his clothes and see. Okay, he's got this coffee cup. It does seem like there's probably coffee in it. That's my guess. I don't know. The way he's holding it, sort of from the top, it's sort of tipping quite a bit. Maybe there was a rock in it. I don't know. We'll watch court here for a minute. They're moving stuff around in the courtroom, but they haven't started yet. I'm trying to see if he's holding it as if there was liquid in it. See, because there are times that he tips it. I don't know. Does it look like he's got liquid in there? If he does, there's not a lot. It's a styrofoam cup, and the way he's holding it seems strange to me. Never drinks out of it. Fidgets with it a ton. I don't know. All right. Well, we're going to jump back to trial here in just a minute. Why does it matter if he has coffee? Not any. It doesn't matter at all. Other than that, the cup was found over near the crime scene, near where he probably hid, waiting for her to come by or looking for a victim. But it was on the trail, just left there, and I'm wondering if he like hit a rock in it, if that was his, hiding the rock thing. But he also was missing the bag. Like the bag he carried has never been found. We don't know what's in the bag. He's dressed like he's freezing. Yeah, and they said it was 67 degrees that day. Of course, this was early in the morning. This is probably, I'd say it's probably 45 or so that morning. 45, 50 degrees in the morning, which is chilly. He has gloves on. They are tight gloves. You have some questions? I don't have headphones for you, Mrs. Ari. Okay, Judge is back. You can ask me the questions off air, and then I'll screen them and ask them. Hang on. Kaylee says, listen, I'm cold, and it's 75 degrees. You can wear gloves. They did find rocks, but they didn't find any rocks around the area of the body. Like those were the only rocks in the area, at least of that type. Yeah. All right. Mrs. Ari has a ton of questions. But she hasn't been able to follow the case yet, so we'll wait. She did come in though. Mrs. Ari had a fun little run-in at Lidl where they said you're buying too much groceries. You can't buy that much milk. What did I miss? Goodman Law Firm, 21 months. Look where his beard would meet his mustache. It has a very distinctive point you can clearly see in the courtroom image. It does. And compare that to this one? You can see that little connecting point. Lots of similarities. Nicole, thank you. Welcome. Congratulations. One of our OGs and a good lawyer friend of the channel. No death penalty here. At least they have one, but they're not pursuing it. Originally, I thought it was because there might be a law that says death penalty can only be sought after if it's a jury trial, but that's not the case in Georgia.
If you could stand and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Please take a seat, spell your first and last name.
First name is Daniel. Last name Saunders.
Where do you work?
The University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I worked there since 2008.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
My current duties are I'm assigned as the lieutenant of the administration division.
At one point, were you over the crime scene section?
Yes, I was a sergeant in investigations, and one of my duties was to process crime scenes.
Tell the court a little bit about your training for processing of crime scenes.
Throughout my time at the University of Georgia Police Department, I've taken classes in crime scene investigations, evidence room management, crime scene tech, basic photography, latent print development, and sexual assault investigations.
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
He also brought notes.
Since 2008.
How many crime scenes have you had the opportunity to process over your career?
I don't have an exact number, but several.
Okay. Were you working on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
What were you doing that day?
I was working in investigations that day.
And what, if anything, occurred that day that brings you to court today?
On the 22nd, we had a call go out for a non-accidental death at the intramural fields. I responded to that area to help process the scene.
Were you the lead assigned to process the scene, or did you all call another agency to assist you?
I initially headed that way, and we hadn't called another agency at that time. While I was taking pictures of the scene, I was informed that the GBI was called to come in and process the scene, so I stood by at that point.
When you entered the scene that day, how did you enter the scene?
I went in after crime scene specialist Stewart came in. I kind of followed her as she was taking pictures of the overall area.
At some point, did you observe a item that was not actually within the crime scene, but kind of close to it?
Yes. On the way to where the actual scene itself was, I do remember seeing a white styrofoam cup that was right off the main road leading toward where the scene was. Stood out because it's typically a very clean area right there at the University of Georgia at the intramural fields. So I made a mental note of that at that point.
And did you eventually photograph that cup and collect it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 116 through 120. Ask that you look at those for me.
As he's looking at those pictures, yes, we think he went with a jury trial based on what the opening statements for defense was, because a lot of the evidence will elicit a very strong emotional response from the viewer, and they feel the judge might be better suited.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Make a ruling.
Yes.
What are they?
These
based
are
on facts.
photos that I took of the cup where it stood when I first saw it.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the cup as you saw it on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 116 to 120.
No objection.
They're admitted.
About what time did you arrive on scene, and about what time did you observe that cup?
My arrival on scene was right around 12:57 is when we arrived at the intramural fields.
And when did you observe that cup?
Immediately upon arrival.
Your Honor, could you toggle back over to the Elmo? Thank you. With the court's permission, may I publish 116?
Yes.
Through 120. 116, tell us what we're looking at here.
This is the main route into the intramural field area. There's a large rock on the left. The road that continues past the rock Past that and to the left is where the actual crime scene was.
Okay, so where my pin is, you see that truck?
Yes.
Is that in the direction of where the crime scene was?
Yes.
Okay. And to get from where this rock is to where the crime scene is, how do you get there?
The primary route, if you're on a vehicle, it's going to be going directly past that cup toward where the vehicle is, and then the road curves off to the left.
State's Exhibit 117, what does that depict?
That's a closer up image of the rock in the cup.
118, what does that depict?
It's the same thing. It's just moving in a little bit closer to where the cup and the rock are.
And you showed us where the cup is using the pointer in 118? Up, you gotta go up behind you. You can't.
That rock has some graffiti on it.
Right.
It's in the middle of 118?
Yeah.
119.
Right here.
In the middle. Okay.
I am seeing a liquid in the cup.
And then State's Exhibit 120. What
And a
direction?
straw, so probably not a coffee.
This is going to be facing toward the east, back toward the family housing area.
And do you see the cup in States 120?
No, not in this image. Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
is it hard
kinda
to see
grainy.
because of the glare?
Yeah.
All right.
It's on the right.
All right, so you pointed out in the right
in the
side of
middle.
the photograph. In
Halfway
this
up.
photograph, where is the university housing that you mentioned?
Straight ahead.
University housing is right here on the hill behind the trees.
Thank you. So, did you collect this cup?
Yes.
And when you went to collect the cup, did it have anything in it or was it empty?
It had a liquid inside of the cup.
And did you smell the liquid?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you smell?
It smelled like alcohol.
Do you have gloves?
Yes.
You can put those on, please.
Watch him bring in the cup and it still has all the liquid in it.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 148. And ask that you look inside of that, and I'll ask you questions.
Yeah.
Do you recognize State's 148?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the cup that I collected that was featured in that photograph.
And did the cup that you collect also have a straw with it?
Yes.
And is this cup in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And do you see the straw and the top to the cup as well in there?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit States 148, request permission to publish.
No objection.
148 submitted, and you may. Okay.
Prior to collecting the cup, what did you do with the liquid?
I poured it in a separate container and sealed that, separate from the cup.
States Exhibit, I'm going to approach you with what is marked States Exhibit 154. Do you recognize States 154?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a map of the intramural field where the cup was and also where the crime scene was.
And would using States 154 aid you in your testimony before the court today to show him the relationship between the cup and the crime scene?
Yes.
And is this an accurate overhead image of the crime scene from that day? I mean, as it was depicted that day?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit 154, request permission to publish.
I don't have objection being admitted for demonstrative purpose.
Submitted for that purpose.
Once again, these are the biggest exhibits we've ever seen in court. But in this case, we still won't see them. They just don't fit. Satisfying snap of the binder clip.
If you could use your pointer again and show us here what we're looking at. Can the court and counsel see, please?
Okay. This is the location of where that cup was, right here next to the rock. And this road is the main road that I took
Good photography here.
to the crime scene, which then
loops around and comes back through here, and this is where the scene itself was.
He's taking a lot of
And in
pictures.
States 154, do you also see Building S?
Yes, right here.
And is it marked Building S?
Yes.
And then also, did you respond to a call later that evening to an apartment complex named Argo, sometimes called Rain Tree, but it's at 2084 Millage Avenue?
I did, yes.
And do you see that also in States Exhibit 154?
Yes, right. Right here.
At the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, you can have a seat.
These exhibits are massive.
In addition to collecting that cup, did you assist Special Agent Stewart in processing the scene?
Yes.
Tell us how you assisted her.
I assisted her by collecting the actual items that were on the scene, by helping her physically put them in the bags, the collection bags. Also, when I collected the cup, and when we found the victim's cell phone, I collected, or Agent Stewart collected that, and then I processed it.
Also, the items that were collected by yourself and Special Agent Stewart that day, were they sealed by you?
Yes.
And were they dropped off at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab for processing, sealed?
Yes.
Did you collect the Garmin watch off of Laken Riley's body?
I did.
And did you also bag her hands on the scene?
I did.
How did you bag her hands on scene?
Using CSS Stewart provided me with the handbags that she had, and I placed those on the victim's hands.
I'm going to hand you two items. The first one is State's Exhibit 146. And the next one is State's Exhibit 153. I'm going to ask you about 146 first. Do you recognize 146?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the bag that I placed the victim's watch in after I removed it from her wrist.
And you open up the inside, you see inside the bag?
Yes.
And what's inside the bag?
The Garmin Forerunner watch.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, was the watch still running?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 146.
No objection.
146 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
And there's 153. I'm going to ask you about 153. But before I do that, tell us about when the phone was found. How did you physically process the phone?
Using a sterile brush and sterile black powder that Agent Stewart had in her crime scene vehicle.
Okay, and did y'all do that together as well?
She photographed the item prior to me processing it. After she was done photographing it, I physically processed the phone itself.
Okay. And were you able to lift a latent lift off of that phone?
Yes.
If you could look at States 153, what is that?
This is the latent lift from that phone.
The state would move to admit States 153.
No objection.
153 is admitted.
And I want to ask you, did you note on the lift card where on the phone you found that impression? Or developed that impression? Or saw that impression?
Yes, there's a drawing on the front of the print card itself on where that print came from.
All right, is that the mark that you have there? Is that an X?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll publish that to the court. So it's this drawing here where it says sketch and an X.
Correct.
That's where you saw the impression.
Correct.
And this latent lift card and Special Agent Stewart's
Thank you, Nancy D.
of the Laken lift that you all saw on Laken Riley's phone on the 22nd day of February 2024. What did you do with those items? What happened to the photographs and the Laken lift card itself?
Those were provided to Tim Stewart with Athens Clarke County Police Department.
And what was the purpose of providing those items to him?
He is the local APHIS fingerprint examiner, so those were provided for him for comparison purposes and to run on APHIS.
I want to direct your attention to later on that evening. About what time did you leave the crime scene?
We left, the crime scene work was actually complete around 8:45. We left closer to 9 o'clock.
When you left, where did you go?
We were headed back to the station. On the way there, I received notification that Officer Davis with the Athens Clarke County Police Department had found some items, a jacket that may have been related to our crime scene.
So did you respond to that location?
Yes.
When you were there, what, if anything, did you collect or see?
While we were on the scene, I collected, I handed an evidence bag to Officer Davis with Athens Clarke County Police Department. He put a blue jacket inside of that bag, and we also collected a set of gloves that were found in a bush nearby where the dumpster was.
I am going to hand you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 121 and 130 through 130, not and, but through 121 through 130. Ask that you look at those photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures of what I took that evening of the dumpster that the jacket was found in, the jacket itself that was in the dumpster, and then the gloves that were found in the bush, the relation of the bush to where the dumpster is.
And did they fairly and accurately pick those items as you saw them on that evening?
Yes.
The state would move to admit 121 through 130.
No objection.
121 through 130.
And request permission to publish.
No.
Lynn, congratulations on hitting a year. Thanks for the kind words.
121, what are we looking at there?
The dumpster that the jacket was found in is right here.
Okay, can we dim the lights again? Because now the glare is back.
The glare is more a feature of the item you're trying to photograph than the fault of the Elmo.
This dumpster right here is where the jacket was found in.
10 months, baby.
And that's the one closest to the patrol car?
Correct.
And whose patrol car is that? I mean, as far as what agency?
Athens Clarke County Police Department.
All right, thank you. 122, what are we looking at there?
It's another image of the dumpster just from another angle.
123.
A closer up image of the dumpster itself.
124.
This is an overhead view inside the dumpster. You can see the edge of the dumpster where I held the camera up and photographed the jacket that was found inside.
125.
And it's a closer up image of the jacket itself, just with a little bit better lighting.
All right, and do you see a button on that jacket?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point that out? And on your photograph, do you see anything around the button?
Yes, there was hair around this button.
126.
The jacket itself again.
And so you said there were some bushes.
Correct.
And you went and looked there and recovered some gloves. What
What brought you to do that? How did you know to go look in some bushes?
As we were searching the area around where the jacket was found, we had noticed that there was a security camera in one of the apartments nearby. We spoke with a resident of that apartment, and he allowed us to view his camera footage from that security camera that was pointed at the dumpster. After watching that security footage, we noticed that somebody had put an item in that dumpster. And then after they put the item in the dumpster, they walked toward the bush and appeared to put something in the bush as well. So we checked that specific area of the bush where you could see somebody put something in there.
And what, if anything, did you see in the bush when you checked it?
Some gloves that were wrapped up together.
What kind of gloves?
They were black gloves.
Cloth or not cloth?
No, not cloth.
Black, not cloth gloves.
States 130, what does that depict?
Amber, thank you very much.
That is a picture of the bush.
Josh as well, 9 months.
In relation to where the dumpster itself was.
2 great mods.
Can you tell us which bush you went into? Because I see 2 in States 130.
Yes, I believe it was this one, but one of the other pictures should show it from a different angle as well.
Okay. States 127.
Yeah, it was this bush right here.
And when you say this one, is that the one in the middle? Or
Correct, the one in the middle. It was found right here in these branches.
States 129.
That's how the gloves were situated. We hadn't touched them or anything at this point. This is how they were found in the bush.
And 128.
That's a little bit closer up or further off image of where the gloves were found in the bush.
And how many gloves were there?
I did not unravel the gloves on scene.
Okay, so what did you do with them?
They were turned into the GBI crime lab afterwards.
And did you package them before you did that?
Yes.
How did you package them?
I packaged them in a paper bag.
And same question with the jacket. When the jacket was collected, did you package it?
Yes.
And did you seal it?
Yes.
Did you seal the gloves also?
I did.
And were those items delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 147 and 149. I'm going to leave them both up here if you're going to ask them to look at 147.
Yes.
So we got this wonderful ASMR. Thank you very much. Congratulations on 8 months. Pickles. Thank you, Melissa.
What is 147?
This is the jacket that was recovered from the dumpster.
And it has gone to the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
For testing.
Yes.
The state moves to admit States 147. 147.
Any objection?
No objection.
147 is admitted.
Published.
Yes.
So what? This is the jacket, right? So much for trace evidence. Shake everything off. Nice.
And is there a hood on this jacket that I'm holding?
Yes.
$149. First of all, do you recognize the outer packaging, which is in marked 149?
Yes.
And inside 149 is what?
Just describe what it is.
Yep, 3 individual envelopes inside there.
And do you see a crime lab number associated with those?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just read that out for the record?
It's 2024-1005-107.
Okay. And those 3 items, go ahead and look inside. And do you recognize those 3 items inside the envelopes?
Those are 3 black gloves.
And the statement moved to admit states 149.
No objection.
149 submitted.
And may I publish one?
Yes.
Just going to publish one of these out of 149.
I don't know why they call them kitchen gloves. They call them evidence gloves in court, but kitchen gloves. I guess, are they used in restaurants? Is that the idea?
In front of you also is 145. So I'm going to ask you, after the collection of the gloves and the jacket, did you have the opportunity to also assist Special Agent Stewart in processing of the defendant in this case and collecting a sample of his DNA and photographing him?
Yes.
When did that occur?
This occurred on the 23rd.
Of what month?
The 23rd of February.
2024.
Yes.
And where did that occur?
At the Athens-Clarke County East Precinct.
And were you the person that actually physically swabbed the defendant to get a sample of his DNA?
Yes.
And was that done after obtaining first a search warrant?
Yes.
The sample of his DNA, tell the court how exactly you went about collecting it.
I collected buccal swabs using 2 sterile cotton swabs on the inside of his cheek.
Okay, and then did you label them?
Yes.
Did you seal them?
Yes.
And were they delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
The person that you swabbed that day, on the 23rd day of February, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue and white checkered shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. States, can you give me that evidence number again? Is that 145?
145.
Okay. Are those the swabs that you collected?
Yes.
And at this time, the argument state you move to admit states 145.
No objection.
145 submitted.
Moving on to other matters that you did in this case, I want to hand you what has been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 131 through 139. If you could look at those for me.
They found it with good old-fashioned good detective work and the help of the roommates. They chased leads very quickly and caught him the next day.
Recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures that I took of a bag that was seized by ACCPD from Diego Ibarra.
What day did you obtain that bag from ACCPD?
The bag was obtained from ACCPD on the 26th of February, 2024.
When you obtained from ACCPD a bag that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you search the bag?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look at the items inside the bag?
Yes.
And did you photograph the items inside the bag?
Yes.
And do state's exhibits 131 through 139 depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the items of Diego's bag and items inside the bag as you saw them on February 26th of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 131 through 139.
No objection.
And may I publish?
Yes.
And in looking through the items that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you see any items that had any blood on it?
No.
States 131, what's that?
That's a picture of the bag.
States 134, what are those?
Those are 2 gloves that were found inside of the bag.
States 135.
The other side of those gloves that were found in the bag.
Now, are those cloth gloves or plastic gloves?
Those are cloth gloves. One of them is kind of a mix of leather type material and cloth.
And were there any blood on these items?
No.
Or was there any blood on those items?
No.
137.
That's a picture of the inside of the bag itself.
138.
That is the shoes that were inside the bag. I took those out and photographed them.
And these are just other items. Let's see, 136.
Those were found inside the bag as well.
139.
Those also found inside the bag.
133.
That was inside the bag.
132.
And that was in the bag as well.
Bugatti? What? What was the Bugatti?
Did you collect from the Athens Clarke County Police Department a black Adidas style hat?
Yes.
Tell us under what circumstances you collected that and when.
That was collected at the same time that I collected the bag from the Athens Clarke County Police Department. There was a search warrant that Sergeant Rabu had obtained for those items that had been taken off Diego Ibarra when he was taken into custody by ACCPD.
The black Adidas style hat, did you look at it?
When I collected it, I did not. It was already sealed in a bag from the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
And that sealed bag, did you take that sealed bag to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I'm handing you a spin mark for identification purposes as States Exhibit 151. Do you recognize your handwriting on States 151?
Yes.
So what is States 151?
This is the evidence bag that I placed the Athens Clarke County evidence bag inside of.
Okay, and what was inside the Athens Clarke County bag?
A black Adidas hat.
And was that all delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit States 151 and link it up with another witness, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And States 151, do you also see that same crime lab number on States 151?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did you also obtain a cell phone, a blue Motorola cell phone, seized from Diego Ibarra from ACCPD?
I did at the same time that I picked up the bag and the hat.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 152.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is, this is the cell phone that was seized or that was collected from ACCPD. I then placed it inside of one of our evidence bags.
And was that the cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Say we move to admit States 152.
While they do that, this is the Bugatti thing. Let's flip it over so you can see that. It looks like it is a vape.
Of all the items,
you guys are right.
just globally, so I want to make sure that this was clear for the record. Of all the items that you collected from the scene of Laken Riley's murder, so that would be Daniela Stewart's numbers 1 through 8, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Her evidence markers?
Yes.
Yes. All of those items that you collected, did you seal those items yourself?
Yes.
And did you deliver those to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, they're asking questions. I'll show you what was in the bag again one more time. So we had. Going slowly here. I'll get back to it. Hang on.
Yes.
In the wrong spot.
Lieutenant, you were called to the scene on February 22nd, you said around 2 o'clock p.m.?
No.
You can look at your report if you
Yeah, we arrived around 12:57.
12:57, okay. And you had initially started to process, or you were moving toward the scene to process
I'll show you the bag
yourself.
again.
I was, right, before I was notified that the GBI was on the way, I took some photographs of the overall scene.
Sure. And then when you were told GBI was sending somebody, you kind of held off until they arrived.
Correct.
And is it fair to say she took the lead on documenting the scene?
Without being in the presence of Agent Stewart was the styrofoam cup and the jacket and the gloves later on.
Okay. Let's talk about the latent fingerprint discovered on the phone. That was later at night, around 9 o'clock? You can refer to your report.
It was later at night. It was a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And before you processed it for fingerprints, you noticed that it was the fingerprint appeared to be made with some sort of reddish substance.
There appeared to be some sort of reddish substance in the fingerprint.
Did you believe it was blood?
I wasn't sure what it was.
Okay. Was it a liquid red substance?
It appeared to be made from a liquid, yes.
So we have heard you use the term processed. What do you mean by processed?
When I say process, it can mean different things, but in this particular case, I mean using fingerprint powder and a fingerprint brush to make the print itself stand out.
And what is that fingerprint powder made of?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. When you use fingerprint powder on a substance, is that substance then able to be chemically examined, or does the fingerprint powder kind of ruin whatever chemical substance was there before?
So I know the fingerprint powder and the brush we use is DNA free. As far as chemical processing afterwards, I can't say whether or not that would prevent anything like that from being done.
Was the surface of the phone ever tested for DNA?
The surface of the phone was swabbed.
And were those swabs sent off for DNA testing?
They were given to the GBI crime lab.
And was that done after the latent print was processed?
Yes.
I had a question. I noticed that both you and Ms. Ross are putting on gloves to handle the evidence today. Can you explain why that is?
We change our gloves between handling different items of evidence to avoid any sort of cross-contamination with the DNA.
Because DNA can be transferred by as simple as a touch, is that right?
I can't say how much of a touch it takes to transfer DNA.
But your testimony a moment ago was that you put on gloves to avoid transferring that DNA.
Correct.
When we looked at States 147, the blue jacket, part of the jacket was actually kind of missing. You could see the white lining inside the jacket.
Correct.
That was a cutting that wasn't there when you photographed the jacket in the dumpster. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so that was done later at the crime lab.
Correct.
And so I just wanted to clarify that's not the tear you guys are talking about when you see the dumpster in the video.
The large cutting is not the tear that we saw in the dumpster.
Okay. So one thing that it was hard for us to see in here was the condition of the gloves. Now, you were present when defense counsel looked at the gloves a couple weeks ago or last week.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And we actually kind of like spread them out on the table. And the gloves, they're not latex gloves, right?
I'm not sure what material they are.
What I mean by that is they're not the stretchery, rubbery consistence of the gloves that you and Miss Ross are
They're
wearing.
not. No, they're not like stretchy material.
They're more like, I don't know, papery, thin material.
They are thinner gloves.
Would it be consistent to say they look like food service gloves?
I've never worked in the food service industry, so I can't.
When you pull them out of a bag now, they've been kind of cut along the entire seam so that they're almost like a butterfly effect, spread out.
Correct.
But in your report, you document, or you and a detective or Miss Stewart document, there are some tears in the gloves. How were those documented before they were cut up for processing?
So when I collected the gloves, they were still bundled up in a ball. I did not undo the ball to photograph the condition. From what I understand, from when they were photographed at the crime lab, a tear was seen in the gloves.
So when you picked up the gloves, they were tangled up in one bundle, as you said.
They were all together in a ball.
And when you got them back, they had already been kind of cut out and kind of expanded for the processing.
They had been processed at the crime lab.
Okay. So you didn't ever have a chance to document kind of the condition of the gloves?
I did not.
But you are aware that there were 3 of them that came back?
I did not know how many gloves were in the bundle when I collected it.
But you are aware that 3 of them came back?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about DNA collection. The same day that you collected DNA from multiple individuals, is that right?
The only swabs that I did was on Jose.
So you didn't collect the swabs for the other individuals being tested?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of who collected those swabs?
I know I didn't collect them.
When you went to collect Mr. Ibarra's DNA, you first tried buccal swabs?
Yes.
Okay. I learned today that they're pronounced buccal, not buccal. But those are the inside of the cheek?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also did swabs around the fingernail area?
Correct.
And Ms. Stewart said that was because the fingernails were too short to be cut, is that right?
They were too short to be cut.
Okay. And did you send those swabbings off to the lab as well?
Those, I would have to see my evidence sheet to see if they were sent off.
So you're not sure if they were sent off?
They were not tested.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. So you never got them back from the lab with a result on them?
I know they were not tested.
But you just don't know if you sent them off to be tested?
I couldn't tell you without looking at the evidence sheet.
I want to talk briefly about what you found in Diego's gray bag. You showed us a picture of cloth gloves that were in the bag?
Correct.
And it's a little hard to tell, but you would agree with me that those are not from the same pair of gloves?
No, they're 2 different style gloves.
Do they still comprise a left and a right hand, to your knowledge?
One of them is a cloth hand, a cloth glove. It's kind of like these.
Okay.
It could be on the right or the left hand.
Okay. But you never found the other 2 matching gloves that would have completed those 2 sets throughout your investigation?
Those were the only 2 gloves in the bag.
And when you're looking at items for blood, how do you do that?
Visual inspection.
Did you use any sort of infrared lighting to see if blood was apparent on these gloves?
No, it was just visual inspection.
It was just visual inspection? Did you consider using any sort of specialized lighting or chemicals to see if there was blood on those gloves?
I can just tell you I didn't.
Okay.
I just looked at the gloves.
And those gloves were not sent off to the lab?
No.
Okay. Just a moment.
Done with cross-examination. On to the next one. We are flying through witnesses. At this rate, we might have the ME on day 1.
Just to clarify a point of your testimony, Mr. Saunders, you said that no item collected from Diego had blood. But just to clarify, the black Adidas hat was collected from Diego, is that correct?
Yeah, I can tell you nothing in the bag that I looked through had blood that I was able to see.
Understood. Nothing else.
Just briefly. And if you felt like you needed to do more of an examination of those items from Diego's backpack, you could have sent them off, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything that you saw in there in that backpack that made you think there was blood on any of those items?
No, there was nothing that would indicate there was blood on anything in that backpack.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused.
Thank you.
I've been impressed
Call
with the
your next
witnesses.
Detective Preston Norris.
Both lay witnesses and experts come, all of them are wonderful. Detective Preston Norris, another officer. Defense looks up at the clock to see how bad they're losing. Sadly, they muted his entrance music. Seems like he
Raise
deserves
your right
some.
hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and spell it for Madam Clerk.
First name is Preston, Preston. Last name Norris, N is in November, ORRIS.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police.
How long have you worked there?
Going on 6 years.
Big map. Big map.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant in the Criminal Investigations Division.
That is your rank, and you tell us where you work, but what do you do day in and day out?
So I am now the evidence custodian and property management detective in the Detective Bureau. So I'll also oversee a group of corporal detectives and work cases that are assigned to me whenever they come in.
Were you assigned as the lead investigator in the murder of Laken Riley?
I was.
Tell us, first of all, did you respond to the scene of her murder?
I did.
What time did you get there?
Approximately 1 o'clock.
What did you do while you were there?
I assisted Sergeant Daniel Saunders. Well, he's a lieutenant now. He was the lead evidence custodian at the time. I assisted him and GBI Special Agent Daniela Stewart in processing the crime scene.
And assisting them, at some point, were you an individual or the individual that was able to locate Laken Riley's phone?
I was.
Tell the court about that process and how it is that you were able to find her phone.
Okay, so we were unable to find her phone that entire day. We had evidence that showed that it was still in the area based on what her roommates were saying, that it was still pinging near where the body was found. And we also had live pings coming from Verizon, which was the cell phone provider that Laken had. So we knew it was still in the area. We believed it may be under where her body was located. So as soon as the coroner removed her body, we first searched in that area for the cell phone. It was not there. So then I started a periodic search around where the body was located. And about 25 minutes into that process, I found the phone.
Okay. By the time that you did that, what's a periodic search?
So I did like a 20-yard perimeter of where her body was found. So I went directly in front of where the body was found, looked in that area, kind of moved to the right, basically moved in a circle around the body within like 20 yards, shining my flashlight just to see if I could get anything to reflect off the light. And the phone did reflect off my flashlight.
So by the time that you were doing that, was it dark?
It was very dark.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is my flex cam footage of me finding the cell phone.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that process?
It is.
And the state would move to Exhibit 171, request permission to publish.
No objection. 171 submitted, you may vote.
Well, they're getting that set up. Mrs. R.A. had a bad day at the store with them not letting us buy enough milk for our kids. Apparently Lidl has limits on milk. You can only buy 6. So she came home and made a pie, and I'm trying to talk her into
Can we toggle back over
bringing
here?
me a piece of pie. It's apple pie, fresh apple pie. I'm sure it's healthy as well.
I'm about stepped on.
Is that you that just talked?
Yes, that is my voice.
What did you say?
I almost stepped on it.
And by it, you meant?
The cell phone.
All right, so you see your flashlight. What time was this now if you look at the time on your flex cam?
In Eastern Standard Time, this is 6:56 in the evening.
And what are the white things that we see in your reflection off your light?
Dust, bugs, just stuff.
Things that are in the woods?
Yes.
So you locate the phone, and then who ends up collecting that phone?
Daniela Stewart with the GBI and Sergeant Saunders.
All right. So how long were you at the scene the day Laken Riley was murdered?
Roughly 8.5 hours, I'd say.
And at some point, when you left, where did you go?
We were on the way back to the police station when Captain Graham received a call. In the vehicle is Captain Graham, Sergeant Saunders, and myself. He received a call from someone at ACCPD in reference to one of their officers locating a jacket at the, I refer to it as the Argo Apartments, located at 2085 South Millage Avenue. One of their officers had found a jacket that they wanted us to look at.
The Argo Apartments located there off Millage Avenue, are those located in Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, they are.
I'm sorry, Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
Yes.
And is that on UGA property, or is that how close is that to UGA?
It abuts UGA property, roughly 50 yards from UGA property.
So you went over there, and what happened once you got there?
So first things first, we met with Officer Zach Davis, who was the one that located the jacket. We kind of got a brief from him, what he had noticed inside the recycling dumpster. I tried to look in through the slit. I could not see anything inside the dumpster, so I climbed over the side of the dumpster to get a look at the jacket. And after I made those observations, I agreed that we needed to collect it. And once I jumped back off of the dumpster, I was kind of looking in the area for anything else that stood out to me. And when I turned to my right, I saw a video camera that was looking at me at one of the neighboring apartments.
What did you do after you saw the video camera?
I went and talked to the resident who lived in that apartment.
Did the resident allow you in?
Yes.
And what's his name for the record?
Edwin Edelinsky.
Could you spell his last name for Madam Court Reporter, please?
Edelinsky.
When he allowed you in, what did you ask, and what did you do while you were in his apartment?
I asked him if it was his apartment and if he knew if the video camera was working that was facing towards the dumpster. He said that it was.
Ooh, hearsay objection.
Don't tell me what he said, but did he allow you to look at his video?
Yes, he did.
And did you look at his video?
I did.
From apartment B32?
Yes.
And did you collect video from apartment B32?
I did.
And I'm going to then show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a video clip that I collected from the owner of that residence.
And it is a fair and accurate recording of the video that you collected from B32.
That is correct.
State would move to admit 173.
Any objection to 173?
Can I have just a second with the counsel?
Yes.
They're going to kill the mics here for a second. The prosecution and defense are going to talk to each other. They want to work something out here. There has been an objection for hearsay, but let's see if they can reach a happy medium here.
Judge, I think
Object
this
the foundation.
is about Mr. Edelinsky here to verify that that was captured and that the system was working appropriately, and that would not be admissible.
That's not required. It's just a matter of what he saw that day, and he recorded himself that evening. So I think we have created the appropriate foundation for that.
I'll admit no objection.
Thank you, Judge.
So, states 173, I'm going to request
That's an
permission
apple
to
pie and
publish.
ice cream.
When you viewed that evening in his apartment,
Yes.
and you got a recording of it from him, correct?
Yes, he emailed it to me.
And you also saw it yourself from his device, right?
Yes, yes.
What type of camera did he have?
It was a UFI camera, EUFI.
And the thing that he emailed you, was it exactly the identical video that you had seen with your own eyes from his UFI camera when you were standing inside his apartment?
Yes. That's the wrong clip.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me look at the date. Oh, wait, these are the wrong ones.
yeah.
Sorry. Is it the one in the middle?
It's a different.
Oh, the
flash
different
drive.
one. Hold on, just 1 minute. It says, guys. You obtained a lot of UFI video
Yes,
from...
I did.
This one that I just showed then, which is 173, just tell us what UFI clips these are.
These are video clips of two Hispanic males that Sophia and Lily saw the day of the murder on the 22nd.
And you obtained those as well in the same manner?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just 1 moment. We're missing a thumb drive. I can't read your handwriting.
Oops. We're missing a thumb drive. I can't read your handwriting.
Say 124?
Yeah, that's not it. So where does that leave us with 173?
We're still going to it with that and maybe come around a little later.
Okay, so you're withdrawing 173.
No, I still want the 173 and that part of 173 as well. There were several UFI clips, so I'll get him to explain which clips these are.
Okay.
And may we have...
I guess this jury can ask questions.
That apartment camera that was focused on...
That's correct. All of 173 came from apartment UFI camera from B32.
Okay.
It's just that he got several different days and
There's one on that
different
green
clips
folder.
from that day from B32, and this one is just a different one than the one that I am looking for with the thumb drive that we cannot find right now. So 1 moment, Your Honor, because it's got to be in there somewhere.
I can
While
see
we're
it.
here,
I can see it.
I know that the state's looking to admit this. We have the same objection to this.
It's right here.
Which is that
It's right here.
Officer Norris cannot independently verify that the system that was capturing these videos was working appropriately, and thus it's all hearsay. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's not able to lay that foundation.
Well, how is it different from a homeowner that comes in and then retrieves a recording that wasn't there to see it? It's unlike a photograph where people take a photograph and you ask about a foundation, about them being able to testify that it accurately depicts the scene at the time. I don't know what the difference would be.
I think it's less about the accuracy of the scene itself, which no one could testify to who didn't actually see it themselves. It's whether or not the video that is captured, it's the same way of any other surveillance video in a bar or a gas station, anything like that, that the owner and the operator of that system has to be able to testify that the system itself was working appropriately when the recording was made in order to lay the foundation for the video showing it is an actual video of what it's supposed to be. And so that's what the objection is, Judge.
That is absolutely not true under Georgia law. Georgia law has a statute that is aimed exactly at videos like this, and I will pull it up if I get my computer to come up, that talks about the authentication of videos that are self-recording, like Reams, like UFI, like body cam, like dash cam. And the state has made the appropriate foundation, or has met the appropriate foundation for this type of video in this case.
And it's still admitted.
And we're still turning here, but I need 1 moment, y'all. We have misplaced one thumb drive, and I really do need to go find it real quick. May we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
It is We have about 27 thumb drives at this point, and I cannot read his handwriting, so I need to find it briefly.
Would it help to see you step down?
Yes, may he step down as well, but it might be in our office as well. So
We need
let
a
me,
detective.
if I
It's right
could-
there. I think it's on that green folder.
You want me to send the jury back to the jury room while we do
That would be
this?
great. Can we take a 5-minute break for the jury? And I will see if I can.
Judge is going to hang out here, so we get to keep watching. Please. Please let it be the one on the green folder. No. Ah. Okay, we'll watch and see if that one moves. I think they said it over there on the side. They were going to use that one. They said it on the side. And then we get a 5-minute break where they frantically, if they cannot, okay, this is funny. If they cannot find this evidence, this is not the only copy, right? There are other copies. And if they can't find this one, they will make a new one. But then the witness has to go out and watch it again and reinitialize and remark it and everything else. It's going to be, and it'll be a little bit funny. It's the black mark on the prosecution's eye if they lose that. They should have a big key ring, massive key ring with all their 28 thumb drives on it. Or, alternatively, the court should get with the system. All my video is stored on one massive NAS storage drive, and I can reach it from all my computers. Authenticate the file. Use a file name, a fingerprint, a digital signature to authenticate the file, and then call it good. And then you can play it from anywhere. And that pie was so delicious. Catsy, the judge was joking there. That was a little joke. He said, "Do you want me to send the jury out while you search for it?" There is no jury. He is the jury. This is a bench trial. On Tuesday, the defendant asked to have a bench trial instead of a jury trial, which was good because Wednesday they were going to start picking a jury. So, 27 different thumb drives. And then she blames it on the witness's handwriting. It's not the witness's handwriting that is the problem. Otherwise, it would be like, I can't read what it says here. Is this the one? Yes? Okay. Done. But I can't find the thumb drive because the witness has bad handwriting? No. Not so. We need air tags on every thumb drive. We have a cat raid. Did we just get raided? Welcome, Cat Not Williams crew. Great to have you here. I missed the notice, or maybe it hasn't come in yet. But I hear a lot of meowing or mewing. So welcome to the Cats Not Williams. Appreciate you guys joining us. We're on a brief break. This break is called for by the prosecution, who has lost a key piece of evidence at the moment they asked permission to publish it. The reason this is sort of funny is because I think they already went through the steps authenticating, and he said, yes, this is it. It was the wrong drive because they put it in, tried to play it. It's the wrong drive. So he just authenticated something, which it's not a real problem because it's all video from the same camera, from the same source, but it's the wrong drive. And they want a specific video to show, and they have the wrong one. So let's see if they can find it or have to make another one really quickly. Welcome to those who are just joining us. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. It is free today. It's a special we hold over for everyone who joins for the first time. It's free on your first day. That's how we get you. Prosecution. They were doing so well, Mel. They were doing so well. I did want to go back and show you. You guys asked about what was in the bag of evidence. Let's see. We had... See, can you guys see this? Where are we at? We're on 3. Nope. Need to go to... Oopsies. Right here. Shrink that one down. And now go here. Okay. Now we go to 3. We're going to replay really quickly. In the bag, we had the glasses. This one, I reversed it so you could see. It was perfume of some sort. I think this is men's perfume, judging from the fact that it has like a royal crest lion on the front. It doesn't look like women's perfume. Le Grand Forever. Poor homie. I'm not sure what it means, poor homie. It's not as it sounds. I don't know. Is this top shelf? Is this top shelf eau de toilette or for men? Okay, I thought it was a poor homie, but anyway, that was the replay. I wanted to fix that around so you could see it right side up. And the other device before that we were talking about was definitely a vape. This guy here is a vape pen. Or a vape device, like I forget what it's called. What's the...
For identification purposes, a State's Exhibit 172.
Oh, they found it.
Do you recognize that exhibit as well?
I do.
What is it?
This is a flash drive. I put multiple videos on, including the video that you were looking for.
Okay, including the UPB 32 video?
Yes.
That we were just talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
What other videos are also on this thumb drive?
There are also some videos from a Ring camera that was also within the apartment complex.
And then what resident did you obtain the Ring cameras from, videos?
Bethany Paisley.
What is her apartment number?
Delta 124.
How did you obtain those videos from Bethany Paisley?
We had one initial video that was collected from Bethany on the 23rd by one of our captains. I went back a few days later and obtained the rest of the videos that her Ring camera captured during the time period.
All right. And did you obtain those videos in the same way that you did the B-32, meaning you showed up at her residence, you had access to her camera, and you looked at it yourself, and then you recorded them?
That's correct.
And can you testify that all the videos on State's Exhibit 174, whether it's from B-32 or D-124, are fair and accurate recordings of what you yourself saw on both B-32 UFI and D-124 Ring?
That's correct.
So it would move to Exhibit 174. Thank you.
Okay, so they had to re-authenticate that.
Now let me go see. I need to see at this point. It is 172.
Objection to 172. Is there one? Okay.
There is, Judge, and it's because Officer Norris is not. I have no doubt that that's what he saw on this, because I think it's what we're going to.
Wasn't that drive?
But the problem is whether or not he can competently testify as to where that came from, what it was recording, whether that system was operating correctly.
And I think under 249.923C, that's addressed. And I will.
Yes, thank you. That was the statute number I was looking for. Thank you. So I'm going to now, with the court's permission, publish at least one of the videos off of 172. And we're going to talk about the others from D124 a little later. But the video that I'm going to publish off of States 172 would be the UFI video from apartment B32. First of all, as I'm publishing that first video, and there are 3 videos on States 172 for the record, this is the first video on that thumb drive. Do you see the dumpster that you were at that night in States Exhibit 172 in this video?
I do.
Okay. Can you please point to it for the court using a pointer? There's a pointer right in front of you.
To your left?
This?
No.
It's old school.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
In the center of the screen?
Yes.
All right. Do you see in the UFI video a date and time at the top?
I do, yes.
What is the date and what is the time?
February 22nd, 2024 at 09:43 in the morning.
He seriously cut away when we would have got the Adidas shot. Goes over to the bushes. Takes them out of his pockets.
Is that complete playing the clip of the B32 Eufy video from the 22nd day of February 2024 at 9:44 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, using the screen that's up is still 172 for the record. I want to ask you a series of questions about this exact location.
Okay.
And to do that, I have a map for you, which is already marked as State's Exhibit 175. And I'm going to ask if you recognize State 175.
I do, yes.
What is it?
It is a overhead map of the immediate area surrounding the intramural fields and South Village Avenue.
It is a
And
life-size
States
map.
175, AG in your testimony today before the court regarding the locations surrounding this area.
Yes, it would.
State would move to admit States 175, request permission to publish for demonstrative purposes only.
No objection for this purpose, Judge.
Very well. It's admitted for that purpose.
That is, I kid you not,
I
that
don't
is
know
the
if it's
size
gonna
of a sheet of
fit.
plywood.
So I think what we can do
They're getting bigger.
to set it down so it's big enough. So what we're going to do is set it right here, not use the easel because it's too big.
I'm going to break the easel.
And if you could, Detective Norris, first of all, I need to make sure that His Honor can see. Can you see?
I can. I'll stand up as I need to.
And that counsel can see. Can y'all see? Yes. And if you could step down with the court's permission, but you have to keep your voice to Madam Court Reporter, and you have to keep your voice up so that she can hear you. Show the court what we're looking at here in State 175. I want to start with, use your pointer. Where'd the pointer go? I want to start with the apartment complex that we see here in this video, the Eufy video. It's at States 172. Where is that in this diagram?
The complex is right here in this area.
Okay. And where was Laken Riley's body discovered?
Right here in the intramural fields.
And there's an incident that we're going to talk about a little later, which is Building S. Where is that located in here?
It's a new view for you.
Building right here.
Okay, with an S on it for the record. And then is Laken Riley's residence also depicted in here?
It is, yes.
Could you show us that?
It's 1686 Village Avenue Extension.
All right. So distance-wise, did you measure all of these distances?
Yes.
Okay.
The
So I'd like
reporters
you
are
to
watching
tell
online
us
to
for
see
the
the-
record, the distance between Laken Riley's body and that dumpster that we see in this UV video, what is that distance?
Roughly 450 yards.
The distance between Building S and Laken Riley's body, what is that distance?
I believe it was roughly 400 yards.
The distance between Building S and that dumpster is what?
150 yards.
Okay.
Roughly.
All right. Is there a camera, a trail cam, or was there at the time? Did the University of Georgia Police Department have a trail cam up near Building S?
Yes, we had a trailer cam set up in front of Building S at the time, around this area.
Okay, right next to where the pedestrian is depicted in this
Yes, there's
exhibit?
a bus stop that was here, and it was right in front of the bus stop in that area.
What is a trailer cam? And you can go ahead and resume your seat so Madam Court Reporter can hear you really well. What is a trailer cam?
So we have two of them at our department. You've probably seen them at department stores like Lowe's or Walmart. It's basically a set of cameras that are attached to a trailer that you can. It's a portable trailer that has cameras attached to the top of it. They usually have them at Lowe's or Walmart to prevent shoplifting.
There it is. There's our Walmart.
I'm going to show you a few other state exhibits. These are 156, 155, and 157.
In front of the Walmart.
Ask if you recognize those.
I do, yes.
Let's take them one at a time. Let's first go with 156. What is State's 156?
This is a overhead of the Argo apartment complex.
The apartment complex that we see in this Eufy video?
That's correct.
All right. The state would move to admit State's 156. state would move to admit 156.
No objection.
156 is admitted.
While I'm up here, 155, what is that?
This is an overhead of the intramural fields, specifically the Oconee Forest Park area.
State would move to admit 155.
No objection to any of this.
All right, and then the state would move to admit 157 as well.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
If an objection is sustained, the judge will just unring the bell. He can do that.
Would the court be able to toggle back over? Tell us 156, which apartment complex this is.
This is the Argo apartment complex.
And I'm going to try to zoom in a little more. If I can.
You're going to break it. You're going to break it. Don't break it.
No. Anyway, in this exhibit 156, can you see the dumpster that we had seen in the prior UFI video?
Can't really see the dumpster, but you can see the concrete pad that it sits on, yes.
Okay, can you point that out for the court?
It is between building B and C here. This white area is the concrete pad that the dumpster is sitting in.
How many different buildings are in this apartment complex?
5.
Okay. And what are their numbers or letters? Excuse me.
It is a A through E.
Do you did you eventually learn in this case where Jose Ibarra was living at this time?
Yes.
Where was he living?
Delta 126.
So show us building D in this video or in this photograph.
It's the one labeled D right here at the top of the picture.
D's at the top.
Okay, and before I go back to the UFI video, well, in the UFI video, we see the individual dump the jacket and then walk towards the bushes and then walk away.
Yes.
In what direction was that person walking?
Walking towards building E in the northeast area of the dumpster.
Okay. Would that be towards building D?
Yes. Building D is also in that direction.
All right. Are there cut-throughs, or sometimes called cuts, between the apartment complex and the road that we see on the edge of 156?
Yes, there are 2 main cut-throughs.
Tell us, first of all, what is the road that we see?
Millage Avenue Extension.
Okay. Is that the same road that Laken Riley lived on?
Yes.
All right. How do you get from the apartment complex onto Millage Avenue Extension?
The easiest way would be through one of the 2 cut-throughs.
Show us the cut-throughs.
The first one is between building C and D. Right here, there's a little cut-through area here. And then the second is between B and C where the dumpster is. That's another cut-through.
Where's building S in this photograph and what direction?
It's up here.
All right, at the very top?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And when I say building S, I mean building S at the University of Georgia Housing.
Yes.
All right, thank you. State's exhibit. Oh, I'm going to go on that. I want to go to building D. So you said that he lived in D126.
Yes.
Did you meet the neighbors, his neighbors, at D125 and 124?
I did, yes.
Will you tell the court when you met them, how you met them?
Thanks,
I met them on February 26th. That is when I met Bethany Paisley, the resident of 124, and I gathered her ring video. That was captured on the 21st, the 22nd, and the 23rd. And then I also met with the resident of 125. He also had a camera that captured photographs in the window of his apartment. So I also met with him and obtained some photos from him.
Did you obtain those photos from him in the same manner in which you obtained the ring video and the UFI video?
Yes.
Did you stand in his apartment, look at the camera, and take the photos?
Yes.
I'll get to the photos in a minute. The UFI video that we just saw, was it sent to the GBI Cyber Center for enhancement?
It was, yes.
And is there one image that they were able to do is enhance it and slow down parts of that video?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if you could toggle back over, I'm going back to 172. One minute. It started too fast. I'm back it up. What are we looking at here in 172?
This is the GBI Cyber Forensics slowed down and enhanced version of the same video we watched earlier.
From B1 or from B32?
That's correct.
So going back to States 172, you had a folder in there, Ring videos from D124.
Yes.
That would be the neighbor, Bethany, that you've already told us about. I'm going to publish some of her videos, but I'm going to do it one at a time. So this Ring.com video, do you see the date and time in the corner of it?
I do, yes.
And could you please tell us that for the record?
February 22nd, 2024 at 10:21 a.m. And that is Eastern Standard Time.
In what direction was that person walking in that video that we just saw?
It'd be south in the apartment complex towards a dumpster.
Okay. And that dumpster that they were walking in the direction of, did you all search that dumpster?
Yes, we did.
And did you find anything related to this crime in that dumpster?
We did not. We later learned that it had been dumped approximately 45 minutes after this video was taken.
Okay.
It had been picked up by the trash service.
Next ring
Did they not want to check their landfill?
D124. What's the date and time of this?
Was it incinerated?
This one is February 19th, 2024 at 02:02 a.m.
And this is what, the next video, what is this date?
This is February 21st, 2024, around midnight 21.
Okay, do you recognize the person in this video, this clip?
Yes, that is Diego Ibarra.
Okay. The next one, I'm going to pause it real quick while it's running. What is the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at midnight 31.
Okay. And do you recognize the person in this video?
That is Jose Ibarra.
That's our defendant.
And that is Diego Ibarra.
All right, now stop this one. This is the 5th video. What's the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at 7:02 p.m.
All right, do you see the shirt in that video?
I do, yes.
And have you seen that shirt before?
Yes, I have.
And where did you see that shirt?
This is the shirt that Jose Ibarra was wearing in the B32 video that captured him discarding the jacket in the dumpster.
Is he also wearing a hat in this video?
Yes, he is.
And what type of hat is it?
It is a flat bill style hat.
And stopping the next video, what's the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at 9:04 p.m.
What is in his hand?
I believe it's a cell phone.
And does he have a bag on in this video?
Yes, a crossbody sling bag.
Okay, can you point that bag out for the court, please?
This bag is right here across his body.
And in your investigation into this case and the searches that you all conducted, did you ever find that bag?
We did not.
The shirt that he's wearing in this video, did you ever find that shirt?
We did not.
Date and time of this, I believe, our fifth clip?
February 21st, 2024, 9:07 p.m.
And who is this person?
Jose Ibarra.
And now what is he wearing?
That is the blue jacket that we wound up finding in the B-32 dumpster that had been discarded.
And the last clip?
February 22nd, 2024, 1:35 a.m.
And I may have to back it up for this, but what's he wearing in this video?
The blue jacket, the flat bill hat, pants and slides.
When you say slides, what do you mean by slides?
Slide on basketball shoes. Open toe.
How much
Open toe
video
basketball
did
shoes?
you look at
Have I
from
missed that?
E124?
All of the videos she provided me with, I believe they went through February 19th of 2024 through February 23rd, 2024. So over 4 days.
And were you looking for both Diego Ibarra and Jose Ibarra?
Yes, I was looking for all of the residents of the apartment, 126.
You said that also the neighbors at 125 had a camera as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And instead of a video camera, it was a still camera.
That's correct.
And you explained to us how you collected images from that camera.
I spoke to the resident that lived there, and he allowed me to send the pictures that were captured from that video camera to myself through email.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 158 through 162 and ask you a series of questions. If you could look at those for me, please. Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
What are they?
These are the some of the photos that I gathered from the resident of 125.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the photos that you collected that day from the resident?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit 158 through 165? 62.
Subject to the same objection, but I think there's a foundational problem here.
Another foundational objection on this witness, and it's going to be overruled.
Yes.
Could you please toggle back over, Your Honor?
We're toggling back to lay additional foundation for this, for the ring video footage. There's already a Georgia law on the books that there's no problem that the prosecutor will be able to get past this objection without an issue.
Start first with $162. It's stuck. Why is it stuck? Try again. I think it's warming up. It should be up again. Okay, if we toggle back over, it's up. It should be working. Great. What is 162?
This is a picture that depicts Jose Ibarra without the bag that I saw him with 3 minutes prior in their ring video.
What's the date and time of that?
February 22nd, 2024, 10:24 a.m.
$159. What does this depict, and what's the date and time?
The date and time is February 21st, 2024 at 9:35 p.m. and that is Jose Ibarra with the blue jacket and the black and white Adidas cap.
So unlike the ring footage from D124, the still photos are actually in color.
Yes, you can actually see the colors of the images.
And do these color images line up timestamp wise with the Ring doorbell video or the Ring video? It's not
Yes,
doorbell.
they do.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 160, date and time?
February 21st, 2024, 11:44 p.m.
What is depicted in that photo?
That is Jose Ibarra wearing the gray and black t-shirt with the crossbody sling bag.
161.
February 22nd, 2024, 1:34 a.m. And that is Jose Ibarra with the sling bag and the blue jacket, which you can't see his face in this one, but it lines up with the Ring video that was captured at 1:35.
Okay, so if you look at the Ring video at the same time and compare the same,
Yes,
you can see the face.
because he is walking in that direction.
And 158.
February 21st, 2024, 7:08 p.m. And that is Jose Ibarra carrying the blue jacket the same way he was carrying it in the B-32 video.
Did you conduct other video review in this case?
I did. I've watched hundreds of hours of video for this case.
State's Exhibit 157, I want you to explain to the court, in general terms, and maybe we'll drill down, but in general terms, what videos did you watch and why?
So the ones that are not depicted on this photo, I watched surrounding business video that was in the area of Millage Avenue and Macon Highway, which was the Shell gas station, the Chevron gas station, the Waffle House, and a liquor store, I believe it's Tall Boy Package Store. I watched all of their video footage, exterior and interior cameras, February 22nd, 2024, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. that day.
Oh my goodness.
And then this photo depicts the UGA campus security camera map. So all the little camera icons that you see on this map, at each of those locations there are 4 different cameras. And I watched all of the video cameras from those areas.
It's hard to see on
That's like a week's worth of watching videos.
I have a different way of showing this image 157 on the screen. And so if the court could just toggle over, I'll show 157 on the screen. That will be easier for everyone to see. There we go. Is that also 157, just a little easier to see?
Yes, it's just the digital file.
All right, so if you could use the digital file of 157, it's easier to see, and show the court where are all the cameras in and around the intramural fields that you looked at.
This first camera here is Millage Avenue Extension by University Village. We have 3 buildings here, T, U, and V, so it kind of watches these buildings as well as the crossing this intersection here.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll have to do this in phases because the whole image can't be picked up. Go ahead.
This camera here is located at East Campus Road at Rogers Road.
I'm going to have to move your microphone because it's hard to hear you. I think Madam Court Reporter's having a hard time hearing you. So if you can keep your voice up.
Yep. So this the second camera is at East Campus Road and Rogers Road. There's 4 camera angles at that location.
Okay, next camera.
This is located at East Campus Road at Agriculture Drive.
Okay.
This one is East Campus Road at College Station Road. This one is College Station Road at River Road. And then we also have cameras set up in the intramural fields in the parking deck.
And there's one more camera that was cut off because of the digital file.
Yeah, the trailer camera that I mentioned earlier, this is where it was located at in front of Building S on UGA property.
So you watched how much video from all of these cameras that we see in States 157?
All of these cameras we downloaded that morning, 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. I've watched the majority of these cameras. One other detective helped me watch 2 or 3 of them, but I watched most of the video from these cameras.
Okay, and the other detective that watched the other ones is named?
Sergeant Rabu.
Okay, Sophie Rabu?
Yes.
All right, so between the 2 of you, you watched from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. on what day?
February 22nd, 2024.
Okay, if you could have a seat, please. And in watching and looking at all of the cameras that you saw that day, We'll talk about the trailer cam separately with Detective Ravu. But did you ever see Diego Ibarra?
I did not.
And other than the trailer cam that we're going to talk about with Detective Ravu, did you see Jose Ibarra beyond that camera?
Yes. Okay.
We have a...
Something's not working. It's a tech issue.
Thank you. Besides the trailer cam that I will talk about separately with Detective Rabu, did you see Jose Ibarra?
I did not.
Okay. And did you also look between 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. for any other people who might have been suspicious, may have been up to no good?
Yes, that was the main point of the...
Okay. And did you investigate and follow up any of the things of interest for you from all of that camera review?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective
Hey, Mr.
Norris.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you considered the lead detective on this case? Is that the position that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Would it have been your job to make any DNA requests on collected evidence in the case?
In this particular case, Sergeant Saunders handled most of the evidence that was collected.
Okay.
And requesting tests from the GBI.
Did you make any requests?
I did not.
Okay. But as part of your job as lead investigator, it would be your job to review everything, correct?
Yes, I have reviewed everything.
Okay. And to make any additional requests that hadn't been accomplished?
Correct.
Okay. And there were swabs taken of Laken Riley's telephone, is that correct? Swabs for DNA?
I did not collect those swabs.
But you're aware of the swabs being taken as lead
Yes.
investigator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were those swabs sent to the GBI for examination?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And so you do not know what's on those swabs?
No.
Correct? All right. And you did not ask for those to be examined?
I did not.
Okay. There were swabs taken from the fingernails of Jose Ibarra, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those swabs taken for?
To compare DNA that was collected at the scene.
Okay. And were those swabs tested by the GBI as part of this case?
I believe so.
They were?
I'm not 100% certain at this moment, no, sir.
Okay. But you testified that you had reviewed everything, and so is it just a matter of looking back over your report, or is it just a matter of...
This is a very weird scenario. I am the lead investigator, but there were many moving parts here.
Sure.
I did review everything at one point in time, and everything that was pertinent to the case, I was made aware of at that time.
Okay.
I can't recall every single test that was done by the GBI and what those tests, what the results of those tests were.
Okay. You don't personally recall ever requesting or reviewing any results from the swabbings of the fingernails of Jose Ibarra?
I have reviewed them at one point in time, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And do you know who did those swabbings?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And do you know who tested those swabbings?
No, sir, I did not.
And do you know what those results were?
No, sir.
So you don't know if they were positive for Laken Riley's DNA or not?
I do not know, sir.
That would certainly be an important fact to remember, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and that would certainly be something as lead investigator that you would remember, correct?
That's correct.
Is it possible that these weren't tested?
It is possible.
Okay.
I do not recall all of the tests that were done. There were a magnitude of tests that were done in this case.
Certainly it would be something to remember, right?
Sure.
Okay. As to these videos,
they need to change the batteries for the transmitter or amplifier for the headphones. So nobody can talk until the batteries are replaced. Future days, maybe we can do this on lunch break. Does the judge need to subpoena some AA batteries? See if we can get them in the right direction. See, plus, minus. Smack it a couple times, see if it turns on. Yep, it's working. We're back up.
Good? Okay.
Okay, sorry, the videos that were introduced on your direct examination, those were not your videos, correct?
Correct.
You didn't own the cameras that were
no, sir,
used to take
I did
those?
not own any of
Okay.
those cameras.
They're not UGA videos?
No, sir.
Okay. So, aside from what you were told by these two individuals, is it Mr. Edelinsky?
Yes.
And Miss
Paisley.
Paisley. Okay. So, aside from what you were told by them, did you have any independent knowledge about how these cameras work?
I've met with Mr. Edelinsky and Miss Paisley. I cannot explain to you exactly how those cameras work.
Okay.
That would have to be something that they would do.
As part of your investigation in this case, you're kind of someone who is overseeing other officers. There's a lot of other investigators and detectives and crime scene people that you're kind of overseeing. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Reviewing things and making sure that everything gets done correctly. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so a lot of the action, you're not doing a lot of the actual investigation in this case, but you're helping out where you can and you're doing your part, but there's a lot of things that are that you're kind of overseeing.
Correct. There were a lot of moving parts in this investigation.
Okay. You did do some investigation into the use of Jose Ibarra's phone, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as part of that investigation, you came to learn that it was not just Mr. Ibarra who was using that phone. Is that right?
I learned that in October of 2023 it was possible that someone else was using that phone. That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, 2 or 3 other individuals. Is that right?
2 that I know of. Yes.
2 other individuals.
Yes. Besides Jose. Yes.
Okay. And that was for. That was for the main phone number that you all were investigating that was supposed to be linked to Mr. Ibarra. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that number began with 347358?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. Judge, can I have just another question?
Haley was in Judge Simpson's court today? Hope she's doing well.
And so just to clarify that number, the number that you all were looking at the time was 347-358-3978. Is that
yes,
right?
That sounds correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
October of 2023 is how much prior to the murder of Laken Riley?
That'd be 4 months prior.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else, Mr. Kirby?
Judge, nothing right now.
Okay, well.
Now's the time. So.
Can he be excused?
Essentially, actually, I'd asked to hold him for a potential rebuttal for just whatever comes down the road. Okay. So I'm just going to ask that he still abide by, well, no one invoked the rule, but I have told all my witnesses to abide by the rule of sequestration.
Okay. You may step down and take instructions from whoever brought you here.
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
You're an Uber driver.
We'll stop for today. My plan would be, as soon as the lights come back on, to talk about 8:30 Monday morning.
Judge.
Anything else we need to take up?
That cramps my style
Yes.
just a little bit.
I would like to expand a little bit on our objection to this camera and this microphone in front of me, and also bring Your Honor's attention to another issue that came up over lunch regarding the live stream. So as Your Honor knows, we've objected to cameras in the courtroom. Your Honor has overruled it so that the public can have access to this trial. We objected to it being live streamed. Your Honor overruled it so the public could have access to this trial. We objected to there being 2 cameras in the courtroom. Again, Your Honor has overruled us for the purpose of the public having access to the trial. I think that this camera being where it is a bridge too far. No member of the public who sat in this courtroom would be sitting here looking at us, looking at the defense counsel table with a microphone pointed toward the defense counsel table. Your Honor asked us to let you know if it was intrusive. I can tell you it was. I myself was personally distracted multiple times when it moved. And also we were...
I just didn't understand what you just said.
Sorry. Your Honor asked if it was intrusive, and it was. I myself was distracted multiple times when it moved. It's on some sort of automatic thing. So it will, when we stand up, it will swivel or someone will turn it. But it is distracting. There's a microphone pointed towards our table. That microphone, I've been told, is live. I do not think we need to have this camera here. No one, like I said, no one in the public is going to have the shot if they were watching. That's something that Your Honor would have and the bailiff, and that's it. And it does discourage, in some ways, some consultation with Mr. Ibarra. It discourages consultation among the attorneys. I know Your Honor was kind of stuck because that's how it was set up today. I'm just asking, when we reset the courtroom for Monday, if we could either take it down or at least remove the mic. This isn't about giving the news the best media shot of Mr. Ibarra at all times. That's not what the purpose of having the courtroom open to the public is. They should get the same view that anyone who is in here watching the trial should get, which is from the galley. And then the second thing I want to tell Your Honor is that, part of the problem with having live mics and live streams is that even if the media are trying their very best to honor Your Honor's instructions, there are mistakes. And so I wanted to report to Your Honor that one such mistake happened over the lunch break. Our colleague was reviewing the live stream and noticed that the first photo of Laken Riley when she's down at the crime scene made it onto the live stream. And I just give that as an example for, this idea that they can be so quick on the draw of cutting out the live stream and cutting off the mics is a fiction.
If you would slow down for just a minute.
Sorry.
The photo that made it onto the live stream, was it her when she was found?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I wasn't clear to me.
Is that actually the video?
We can't hear Steve. I didn't hear Mr. Wilson's questions. All I can tell you is that our colleague said the very first photo of Miss Riley that they showed at the crime scene made it onto the live stream such that she was able to watch it.
Can I ask, do you know if it was a photograph or a video?
I believe it was a photo. It was one of the crime scene photos that was put on the Elmo and then made it to the live stream. And so I just say that to explain that, our fears and objections here are not based on nothing. This has happened in the past where they've captured our voices on after a hearing is done. It happened today. So we are going to be renewing our objections and at the least asking Your Honor to reconsider this setup right in front of us.
Do you want to be heard, Ms. Ross?
Your Honor, I have been working all day, so I've not had a chance to review the live stream. I'll investigate that over the weekend and let Your Honor know if we believe that it happened and is an issue. We can address it at that time. But I support defense counsel and their position on that particular camera.
So I want to think about it over the weekend too, but I'll go ahead and tell you what my thought is right now. And that is removing the direct camera and microphone that is right here. I say that because I take Ms. Beck's point that if the purpose is to allow people to be in, like if they were in the gallery, they wouldn't be right here. I think that's an excellent point and a valid point. Someone would have to convince me, and I'm not asking anybody to stand up and try to convince me, I would have to be convinced some way that that is necessary over and above what you have, the one camera that takes everybody in. But I'll give some thought to that. I may ask some questions between now and then, but I'll give some thought to that.
Yes, sir.
And certainly I will try to figure out if there was an error made, I'll try to figure that out too.
Yes, Your Honor.
But can I ask, I assume we're going to have some more, there's going to be some medical examiner photos. Is that going to be can you say at this point, is that going to be the extent of that sort of evidence?
There are probably just a few more stray photos regarding her clothing, the positioning of her clothing. There are still shots that were made from Maxwell's body cam, but other than that, in the medical examiner, that should be it. Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else?
Only to say that the state has submitted a list of witnesses who don't want to be filmed. We have not yet consulted with the defense witnesses, so we'd like to have the opportunity to send that list if we have any, but no objection to the state's request on those witnesses.
All right. All right. 8:30 Monday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all can wait just a moment.
Okay. So we are done. We are done with court for today. Interesting. Yes, the defense is right. The defense is right that they did show a picture of Laken. I saw it. I'm choosing. I told you as soon as the live stream is over, I'm going to go and cut that 2 seconds out of the video, so we're in full compliance with the judge's orders. What happened was we were showing a picture using the Elmo. It was live on the screen that was allowed to be shown, and the prosecutor just threw down on top of the Elmo the next picture. Instead of saying we're now going to show this a sensitive picture, or it's giving us any warning. It was just boom. There's a picture of her body in the woods, and immediately it cut away within about 2 seconds. With it focusing and seeing what it was and realizing that it was a body in the woods. But the judge has ordered that can't be shown. So we're cutting that out of the live stream. I'll go back and get that exact clip out, and I would respectfully request that if you do find it anywhere, because once it's out forever. But if you do find it, don't repost it. This is not something that you want to be part of. Don't be that person that's like, here it is. Here's for those people who wanted to see it. No, that hurts everybody. I mean, if you're a fan of true crime, don't do that. It hurts everybody. And so anyway, we'll get that fixed. We just heard that our Haley was in Judge Simpson's court, and I just want to jump up there really quickly and see what happened. Judge Cedric Simpson. Let's see, he's still live right now. So let me back up just a couple minutes to see where he was. See. -12. So it was about 12 minutes ago she was there. Let's jump up and see what happened there with Haley really quickly.
Simons or Simmons? Symons?
Your Honor, I don't expect I think it's Simons to be here today, Your Honor. This is the one that we adjourned a couple of times so we could get service to Mr. Simons. He's recovering from an injury at a rehab facility. Yeah. And Your Honor, we were able to serve him personally on Wednesday. We also did overnight some paperwork the same paperwork to him as well via FedEx, letting him know of the Zoom hearing for today. My understanding is that he was aware of these proceedings. He just maybe wasn't aware of the original court date based off communication he had with a close friend who had kind of been keeping track of his mail and things of that nature. He was also aware of the termination of tenancy notice that was issued to the home prior to
it's after this one.
I will grant a judgment for possession to the plaintiff by default, given the representations made with the writ to issue in 10 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case.
Case of Spice Tree Apartments versus Haley Salisbury.
Here she is.
And Gavin Westlaw. Haley.
For the record, Rachel Dornbush, Pallets Law on behalf of plaintiff, Your Honor.
All right. You were to make some decisions. What are we doing?
Well, let me just start, Your Honor, by just saying we're prepared to dismiss this case. My client has received the escrow check. Miss Salisbury's rent is paid in full and then some. And so I don't know that the exact dollar amount will get her through December because the water sewer charge isn't exact, but it should be pretty close. And then I believe following this, Miss Salisbury and property manager can discuss her options going forward and what her intentions are now that everything's caught up.
That's your understanding, young lady? Okay. All right. Then what I'm going to do,
paid in full and then
I'm going to dismiss this case. All right. That's without prejudice. I'm going to order that the trust balance be refunded to the defendant in this case. Well, specifically to you. Okay. So since we have two defendants on here, Miss Welding, can we make sure that they're clear? I'm going to put it in the file that it will be to Haley. That being defendant one.
Haley is a victim in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's posted correctly. So
it's posted to, it's posted to her. So if I just tell them to refund it, they'll only give it to her. Yeah. All right. Haley, good luck to you.
Thank you. Do I go over there to the clerk
and get a check
and ask them, or
sure, you can ask them. They're probably not going to. They're not going to write you out a check today, but
is that how it works though, or do I need to do anything?
Yeah, they'll either give you a check or mail it out to her, right?
They will mail it.
Okay.
They'll probably cut it sometime
next week, and they'll mail it to you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Haley, do me a favor. Take care of yourself, please.
I will.
All right. Be happy. And always realize that with all the dark things and everything that happen in the world, that there comes a point where sometimes good things can happen, and you just never give up faith.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
We might have seen Haley for the last time.
Versus Joelle Sanders.
Haley, for those that don't know, there's a long story. Let me fill you in on this one. Haley showed up in court owing thousands of dollars of rent. She thought she was getting Social Security payments as a survivor because most of her family was murdered by another member of her family. she had survivor's benefits that right after she signed the lease, basically the benefits ended a year before she thought they were going to end. She made some poor decisions, probably ill-informed decisions financially that way, and just ended up in over her head and just wanted to be able to breathe. She's a go-getter. She's trying to work. She's trying to earn money. At one point, her car headlights weren't working, so she went and bought little sticky adhesive lights onto her car, so that she could have some light on there, so she could legally drive. They weren't legal, but she was doing everything she could with basically no money at all to try to just make ends meet. We and another YouTuber found Colin. Found her case, and Colin helped the family set up a GoFundMe, and we helped fund the GoFundMe. And in a very short order, her situation from being thousands of dollars, I think it was $6,000 or $7,000 owed in rent, turned into a GoFundMe that was close to $27,000, $28,000, $29,000 that had been contributed to her. To help her get her life back in order and get a new start. And that is the end of that saga. You heard that money's been turned over to her apartment, that her rent's paid for months going forward, and there is a hefty balance left over. With that, she'll be able to fix her car, get a place, get her on her feet again. She was at a point where she was just ready to give up, where she had no reason to trust anyone in life. Everything, the people closest to her had hurt or taken away, from her, her own family even, and she was just on her own as just really a kid. I mean, an adult, but a kid, in many ways. And so it was beautiful to see this. Big shout outs to her boyfriend's mom. I should say that her ex-boyfriend's mom, who we talked to. It was wonderful. She was just amazing. Had her on the show here. But $29,616 raised for her, which is just neat. But the boyfriend's mom, going through her own challenges, just struggle after struggle, and realized that this girl just needed help, and there was nobody to help her. And she stepped up to do what she could with the limited resources she had, and there was not much, but she was able to put the GoFundMe together, and through you guys, spread the word, and it was. Andrea did great. Yes, she did great. Anyway, thank you for letting us know that was the conclusion. We were waiting for that ending, which we were hoping to have come through, and it was beautiful. All right, that concludes our day in court. I've got a little editing to do on this video, and then it's gonna be up. But that takes us all the way to the weekend. Hopefully you got some plans for this weekend. I have a gig this weekend I've got to do, so I've got a little bit of work that I've got to do on my end. I've got to get teleprompter stuff set up and cameras and all the fun stuff. But we will be back Monday morning bright and early. Oops, not the country one. What was this one? This is a good song, but it's not the one we want. We want this one right here. I fat-fingered it, hit both buttons. We'll be back bright and early on Monday. I guess we got to start at 8 a.m. if they start at 8:30 in Georgia. The judge is not messing around, not waiting for the jury. We're going to get this thing underway. I think we're going to be done this next week. Prosecution will be done Wednesday, maybe Thursday at this rate. It's going to be good. All right, thank you all. Thank you, Babs. Thanks for the massive super chat. This would not have happened without you, Mr. and Mrs. Ari. Thank you for being the vessel to let us join in. Thank you for doing what you did. This was this community entirely that pulled that off, and that was beautiful. It was amazing to watch. The fact that she was in court, not knowing which way to turn and having no help, and then by the time she got out of court, that she had enough money to pay all her back rent. By the time she got home, she had that doubled. It was amazing to watch that happen. You guys were amazing. Thank you so much. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning at 8 a.m. Oh, that's so early. It's so early. All right, I'll be here. You guys have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you.
kick back, taking it easy.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.